and Laramie kind of get their way with the approach.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Mr. Chairman, we're live.
We're live.
We're live and I'll call this meeting to order. Please take your seats and be ready to negotiate. First order of business is roll call, please.
Senator Beitman,
Excused.
Senator Cooper,
Here.
Senator Rothfuss.
Here.
Senator Wasserberger,
Excused.
Representative Bear,
Here.
Representative Burkhart,
Here.
Representative Duncan. Here. Representative Air,
Here.
Representative Gray,
Excused.
Representative Heiner,
Here.
Representative Sherwood. Here. Representative Western,
He's here.
He was here. He maybe took me seriously and set up outside. He'll be right back.
Chairman Anderson,
I am.
Co-Chairman Greer.
He's excused also. He's got a bad cold, but he's going to be on the Zoom.
Representative Western, stay here.
There you go. Okay. All right. We're looking forward to a great day. We all know the rules of how we participate in this meeting. And so if you get out of line, we'll be sure and remind you that you're out of line. We're got some fun subjects today. Nothing too controversial, but a lot of interesting things. So let's dive right into it. DEQ is going to start with our favorite subject, cease and transfer report. We love this subject. Many people's favorite.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm Todd Parfit, Director of the Department of Environmental Quality, and with me is Suzanne Engels, the Administrator for the Solid and Hazardous Waste Division. This is our annual recalibration of the statute or the bill to identify what's remaining in the cease and transfer inventory. Just to remind the committee, we did provide the committee with our annual report back in October, summarizing projects that have been funded and the details around all of that. So I'm going to quickly now turn it over to Suzanne, and she's going to walk through the draft bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Suzanne Engels, and I am the administrator for the Solid and Hazardous Waste Division. And this program is one of my favorites in the division too. It's such a great program for the state and the municipalities. This cease and transfer program was originally created in 2013. This is where DEQ works in cooperation with the Office of State Lands and Investment to provide funding to municipalities who are interested in closing their landfill and transferring their waste. Later in 2013, the agency created a priority list, and on that list, there were 52 eligible projects with a total estimated cost of $96.2 million. As Director Parfit mentioned, in October of 2021, we updated our priority list, and there are remaining 19 projects. 8 of those are transfer station projects, 11 are landfill closures. In 2020, the legislature created a fund that's part of this program of $100,000 for carcass management for facilities that are interested or are in need of additional funds for managing dead animals. As
Question,
yes.
have we used any of that money? Has anybody requested that?
Mr. Chairman, no. We are highly encouraging facilities to use those funds. We have ongoing conversations at different venues, at annual meetings, one-on-ones, but no one has actually come in to use the funds yet. As of the date of the report, 31 projects have been funded. 11 of those are transfer stations and 20 of those are landfill closures. The amount of funds provided through the State Land and Investment Board for those projects totals $46.5 million. And there's a remaining balance in this account of $17.9 million. So with that, I'll direct your attention to the draft bill. If we look at section 1 on page 2, line 2, that's where section 1 starts. This section provides the updated priority list. It outlines those 19 remaining projects like I just went over with you. Moving through that, section 1 is I think, rather lengthy and has a lot of detailed information. Section 2 begins on page 6, line 7, and that simply repeals the previous priority list from 2021. And section 3 also found on on page 6, line 10, this states that the list becomes effective upon becoming law.
Okay, any questions on the bill for the DEQ? Any questions? Any questions? Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I think we'll go ahead and work this bill. And however, Todd, you have 2 other bills. Should we do them all at the same time, or you want to do them one at a time?
Mr. Chairman, however you prefer to do it, we can walk through all 3. And then if you want to work them from there, that's fine, or we can do them one at a time. I have no preference.
Let's do them one at a time and get public comment. between.
I think we'll do them one at a time. If we go too long, we'll forget what we were doing. So we better do them as we go.
Got solid waste in front of my mind.
Yeah, we don't want to forget solid waste. So is there any people in the room would like to talk on solid waste?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shannon Anderson with Powder River Basin Resource Council. I'll just give our annual public comment here. We support the program. It's been really effective, as you can see from the numbers. Really important to help clean up groundwater across the state and help our communities transition to protecting those water resources. So we appreciate all the good work over the many years and hope the program continues. Thank you.
Questions for Shannon? Hearing none. Thank you, Shannon. Anyone else in the room? Anyone on Zoom that would like to speak to this? No? Okay. I'm going to close public comment then. Committee, what's your pleasure? Moved by Burkhart, seconded by Ayer. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? We'll go through the bill page by page. Bill 1, any changes? Bill 2, any changes? Bill 3, any changes? Bill 4, any changes? Bill 5, any changes? Bill 6, any changes? Hearing none. Sensing the body's ready to vote. All in favor,
Roll call.
do a roll call.
I'm in favor of that.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote for 22 LSO 200.3. Senator Beitman,
Excused.
Senator Cooper,
Hi.
Senator Rothfuss,
Aye.
Senator Wasserberger,
Excused.
Representative Bear. Representative Burkhart,
Aye.
Representative Duncan.
Aye.
Representative Air,
Aye.
Representative Gray,
Excused.
Representative Heiner,
Aye.
Representative Sherwood. Representative Western. Co-chairman Greer,
Excused.
Senator Anderson.
Aye.
That passes.
That bill squeaked by.
Good
So,
start.
yeah, good start.
Batting 1,000.
We'll move right on to mine reclamation bonding and bill draft. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just wanted to point out, this is working draft 0.6 that we're talking about. Do want to say that since the last meeting that we had with the Minerals Committee, we have made some further adjustments based on what the input from that committee meeting. We have one minor suggested change that we'll go over with you here today. But I'm going to have Kyle Wentland, he's the Land Quality Division Administrator, who's going to walk through the bill and the suggested amendment.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and committee. In opening this up, this is a voluntary assigned trust option for coal, trona, bentonite, and uranium. And I will walk through by page and line here for you. And it is modifying section 3511-417 bonding provisions 8 in the statute. The first points we'll go over start on page 2, line 19. This section specifies that the voluntary assigned trust would be available for, again, coal, trona, bentonite, and uranium. It applies to permits and licenses, but not notifications. As the committee will remember, LMOs fall under the notification category, and that is not part of this bill. It's to cover all or a portion of the full cost of the financial assurance obligations or reclamation bond obligation. Moving on to page 3, line 4, section HI. The participation in the assigned trust is voluntary and as required by rules that will be promulgated by the EQC. Page 3, lines 11, HII. The reclamation financial assurance obligation is recommended by the administrator of land quality and then determined by the director for each permit or license. That is what's referenced as the director's bond letter. Moving on to page 3, line 17. The state or DEQ in this case will provide the state treasurer with a copy of the director's annual bond letter for each voluntary assigned trust. In the body of that bond letter will be the discussion of the mine life and the reclamation life, because the treasurer in our discussions with the treasurer needs to understand what that investment window is for those. So that will be in that annual letter. And that's what we're addressing in this section here. Page 4, line 4, and this would address HIII, B, C, and D. The annual payment into the assigned trust is not less than 5% of the total bond obligation. This allows the fund to move forward basically the minimum plus inflation here. That's where we get to the 5%. And that goes on until it is fully funded. This is a once in, always in option here. It does provide in these sections a 1 and 5 year payment holiday for hardship, or if we may be in a transition with a company. If the year is skipped, the annual interest for that year is forfeit. And when we move to line 21, that forfeit interest would then go to a state fund for unfunded mine reclamation. Now, this is where our suggested edit falls in, because there is not enabling language for that new fund. And we would recommend that there probably be language placed so that that reclamation fund be enabled. We move to page 5, line 1 then. This is not a bond pool and should not be construed as such because the operator must meet the full cost of the reclamation liability. And this is for OSM on the SMACRA compliance piece. Page 5, line 5, H4. This is applicable to coal. We have two sections here. One specifies to coal because you have to protect 100% of the corpus in coal. In non-coal, we have some latitude where the investments might be able to be a little different and yield a little more return. So there's a section specifically for coal for SMACRA compliance. That's what this addresses. And then in line 5 or page 5, line 14, that is the applicability to non-coal. And in the non-coal section, there's also a point in there where we get to the administrative fees for the state. So it's the highest return, less any administrative fees for the treasurer. So that's the difference in those two sections. Page 6, line 1, the investments options for the treasurer include funds authorized by state law based on the corpus protection requirements for coal and non-coal above. No funds can be withdrawn during year 1, and this was in our discussions with the treasurer. If he makes those investments, they're really locked in for a year. Otherwise, if you prematurely draw, you would pay penalties and you would reduce dollars in the fund. So there is, if you go in, you're in for at least the first year, regardless in that scenario. Is there a question, Mr. Chairman, on that? Okay. Page 6, line 10. This language is from the AG's office when we worked with them regarding the protection of the trust from bankruptcy. So it's a deposit into an irrevocable assigned trust managed by the state treasurer for the benefit of the department. The AG provided that irrevocable assigned trust language, and again, that's specifically for the bankruptcy claims. The trust is solely available to cover the department's cost of completing reclamation in the event of a forfeiture and third-party option here to do the reclamation. Release of any assigned trust assets must be in accordance with the provisions already in 3511-423 statute. We move then on to page 6, line 19, H8. And the funds in the assigned trust will be withdrawn last following certification of the request of the bond release by the director. There's a process for that. Bond reductions to the permit or license will be made from any other bond instrument first, such as the assigned trust until it's fully funded. So let's say as the trust is building, you're 50% there, you have 50% in surety, you have to reduce the surety first before you approach the assigned trust cash. Okay. Line 7 or page 7, line 7, 9, each assigned trust shall not be withdrawn until released by the director in accordance with the rules promulgated by the EQC. Page 7, line 13, and this addresses 10A and B. The rules to include the process for the withdrawal of funds that exceed the bond obligation of the participant. In other words, once you're fully funded and you're over bonded, there has to be a way for the companies to withdraw those surplus funds. Rules to include provisions for change in ownership. So when we have an ownership change or a transfer of a permit, we have to be able to transfer this asset. So those rules have to address that option. And then in page 7, line 20, address options where we have federal lands, like I'll use Bentonite as an example here, where we may have a BLM joint situation where you have private lands, BLM lands joint. We may have to get authorization from the BLM for using that assigned trust for the reclamation to be in compliance with the MOUs. Okay. Section 2, page 8, line 2, we'll draft rules and the EQC will promulgate the necessary rules. I can tell you we have been working on those rules drafts as directed by this committee in unison here where we've been working the bill. So we're down that path already as far as working to develop some of those rules. Section 3, page 8, line 8, DEQ can begin the rulemaking process immediately upon the bill becoming law. And as the committee had asked, we wanted to have, at least be able to scope some draft rules if this bill moves forward. So that's where we are in that process. And then the law would become effective on July 1, 2022. Mr. Chairman, that's what I have for you today.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One question I have goes back to, it's mostly on page 3 in the Romanet 3, the concept of payments for the voluntary assigned trust plan, and just thinking through how this would be implemented. I guess I'm curious why we need to lay out when payments occur, or have anything about 1 year and 5 doesn't need to get paid. Because the sum, the total of the trust plus surety has to equal 100% of what we'll call liability at any given time, as I understand it. Is that correct? So I theoretically can reduce my surety, I assume, as my trust increases. I think we've got that in here. So I guess my question is, why does it matter how quickly or when I fill the trust up over time, since from the state's perspective, we have the same surety at any given moment?
Mr. Chairman, I'll address that. In our discussions, in particular with the state treasurer, knowing the investment window, the amounts and the timeframes become really important for them to be able to know which investment and where to place these funds in order to get the best return on them. If I'm understanding your question correctly, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, I understand that part where the treasurer needs to, and believe me, I definitely understand this part, that it's really important to know what those windows are for highest return. But at the same time, it doesn't matter what that answer is, as long as the answer is known beforehand, if that makes sense. I mean, if I'm a company and I say, hey, we're taking 3 years off, we're 50% funded in the trust, that's where we want to be for a while. We're going to continue at 50% surety because we've got some big transaction we're making and we don't have free cash. So it's not even a financial hardship. It's just our cash flow and our strategy says pause here, keep paying the surety because we don't have free cash. As the state, I don't think we care, because again, in theory, if we're doing this right, there is no greater liability for surety than trust, even though probably the trust is better. Or vice versa. And I don't see why the state would care, for example, if they only filled the trust to 50% or 25% or whatever else and kept surety as the rest. I don't see why we're managing that, but I certainly agree that we want to know, we don't want to just sneak up on us and, write a giant check or whatever the case may be and not give us all of the information. I feel like we need the information to appropriately invest, but I don't know why we need to care about how much is invested in the trust, how much is placed in the trust, or when it's placed in the trust. And it seems like we're micromanaging that.
Mr. Chairman, I would say that, in the concept of developing this, the idea was to move to a cash back bond system and move away partially because the premiums, the sureties, the companies are paying these sureties. And over time, the goal here is to lower the risk to the state, right? And create a situation where it's more cost effective for these companies to be in this trust. So if the trust doesn't grow and you never get to a fully funded position, you never get to that point.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Senator.
Okay, I don't know that I understand that point, because any move in that direction is going to be a positive based on what you said. So if the trust is 50% funded and that's the position the company wants to take, and then do 50% surety, and perhaps what you're saying is that we don't even like the surety instruments that are being used right now, and the cash backed is preferable. So we really want to induce 100% trust. If that is this, if that's the objective, is setting this up so that it's a required inducement to 100% use of the trust, then I do understand it. But if we're still willing to accept surety, if they don't opt in, and this says everywhere voluntary, then I don't, if we're leaving it voluntary, I don't know why micromanaging is beneficial. In fact, it seems like it's a negative, because then someone says, oh, wow, well, once I sign up on the plan, I have to dedicate cash to it over this period of time. And maybe that ends up looking bad in my books. I don't have flexibility. I don't know what the case is. I mean, this, we know maybe this isn't going to happen. And I just don't see why the state isn't better off in a position where they achieve a 50% trust and then bond for the other 50% for some 5 or 10 year period while they're building out their company or whatever the case is, and they feel like they don't have the cash flow for it. So believe me, I support the concept. It's great. This is an incredible bill. I just am looking to see if we're providing some red tape and some strings that don't need to be there because the state doesn't gain from those strings.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add in my other comments that you hit on the key word here. It's voluntary. If this is an option that works for you, it's an option for you to voluntarily participate in. So we're not mandating it. So you have to look at your business model and decide if this is a tool that is a path that fits your business use.
So, Mr. Chairman, let me follow up on that a little bit. I think you make a good point. It's voluntary, yes, but it doesn't necessarily mean we have to have the restrictions as they're laid out now, to your point. In thinking about this, you also already have a provision in the bill that would require a participant to reduce sureties before they can enter into the trust funds. So I think you have a good point that is something for consideration. I think it, as Kyle mentioned, I think it's really about risk. And the question I think would become, is the risk great enough that you want to mandate the program such that you have to do 5% annually forever until you're 100% funded, or take the additional risk to what you're proposing, which would be to it's 5% minimum each year that you want to participate.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I see a state interest in that, the 5% minimum, as long as you want to participate. I see a state interest because the state doesn't want to have to take on the additional responsibility of investing new funds in a low amount. You know, if they come in and hand me $100 bill, that's obviously more trouble than it's worth. So I can see that. I guess what I'll ask, and you know, I won't suggest that we change any of it today, but I'll ask you to think it over internally. Do we need these strings? How much flexibility can we provide? If it's voluntary, the more strings you add, the less likely you are to have someone engage in your voluntary program. If this said mandatory all over it, hell, do whatever you want, right? At that point, we're mandating it, whether it's good or bad policy, they're going to follow it. I don't want to have anyone that might engage in this program decide we're not going to engage in the program because we don't like this provision. And it's a really, really good idea. So I'll ask you to talk that over internally and maybe talk to stakeholders about whether I'm seeing things that go bump in the night or whether it might be advantageous to provide flexibility there.
Mr. Chairman, I just add that I think that's a great discussion, and I really appreciate the discussion on this today.
Thanks.
Okay, Kyle, thank you for that, fielding the short question we had today. Representative Burkhardt has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kyle, Director, I'm on page 2 where we specify 4 different material commodities being mined. Is there any reason to limit this to those four, or should we include other things? I know there are companies looking at producing zeolites or gold or other things.
Mr. Chairman, I would say that we've had some discussion about that, and the direction that we had been given at the time when this concept was started was to start with coal. It was expanded to the other major four in the state. And it's our understanding right now that that was where the committee wanted to be on this. If you would like us to look at going further, we certainly can see, and I can tell you that universe is probably likely would to include more likely than anything right now would be your larger quarry type operations like the Martin Marietta operation. Those are of a size that this might be attractive to. It might be in the scheme of things to get it stood up, and I think you could always add those other commodities or things down the road once this was stood up and moving. But right now, that was the direction we had, and that's why the bill represents those specific commodities.
And Mr. Chairman, just to add on to that, one of the, I think, factors in the thinking behind keeping the universe smaller was working out the kinks with a smaller universe rather than taking on the full universe of permits that the agency has, because then that will require additional resources from the agency as we stand up this program. So I think that was really the rationale behind that.
Thank you.
Oh, Representative Western, did you have a question? Or were you just?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wetland. So I just want to have a question regarding just those interest payments or, dividends, any of that kind of stuff that those funds generate. So if I'm reading this correctly, I think on page 6, it says that once that trust is fully funded to the obligations that they have for reclamation, any additional funds get returned to the operator, but only after that trust is fully funded. My question is, while they're paying those 5% increments to that full, to the full trust amount, any of that interest that just goes straight back into that fund. And so I guess my question is centered around the incentives, the carrots for these operators to pay into this fund, because at this point, I guess the question is there any way, or have they expressed any interest in getting any of that interest while the fund is building up? Or is that something the department has considered?
Mr. Chairman, we've had some discussion around that, and what I would say to that is the goal here is to get the thing to fund, to get the assigned trust to fund. And the reason is in the surety payments, when you look at a third-party surety, you're paying a premium. You're also pledging collateral. So when you total that up, you're getting into double-digit numbers. So the assigned trust should become pretty beneficial or interesting to these operators at that point, because if you're rolling the interest in the 5% and you're building faster, and you're still at a payment that is less than the obligations of premium and collateral.
Sure, follow up. And so assuming a trust does reach full maturity and the amount, does the state get any of that additional revenue and interest? Because technically the state's using our resources, our investment team, to take this money and make the most prudent investments possible. But at the same time, the operator should be entitled to some of that profit. Has there been any consideration in terms of the state saying, okay, maybe we get some of this revenue that we've worked for?
Mr. Chairman, that's a decision for this committee. We wrote the bill such that at this point that when you're fully funded, that the company has the right and the option to withdraw those surplus funds from the account. So when we talk about portions that the state may want to pursue or those things, I would have to defer that to the committee.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Just to add to that, on page 5, Romanet 5, it's line 14. And this pertains to the non-coal. actually it's on line 17. It says less any administrative fees consistent with the preservation of the corpus and assigned value. So I think there's an opportunity for the state treasurer, and that's where the expense would occur in their resources to recover some of those costs.
Okay. Oh. Representative Wester.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Oh, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wetland, on page 5, Roman numeral 4, you have separated coal out in particular, and we don't have that language that was just mentioned about the administrative fees. I'm curious about that, but also if you could just explain why it has to be separated out and protect the corpus that much more. It seems, I understand that if you were to lose some of the corpus after it's been built up, you'd need to go back into having a surety. But is that possible, or must we keep it different based on SMAC?
Mr. Chairman, that's a good question, and that is, this is out of to be compliant with the CFR and the SMACR provisions, you have to maintain 100% corpus. That is not an option. So the investment options are a little more, well, considerably more restrictive in order to do that, because you have to maintain 100% corpus at all times.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in other words, you're saying that SMACR has specific guidelines for trust fund investments.
Mr. Chairman, it's for the reclamation bond. You have to have that 100% corpus at all times in the SMACR provisions.
Okay, good. Any other questions? Other questions? We didn't really get to the long question yet, but
Want me to come up with another one?
no.
Mr. Chairman,
no.
I'm happy to have more discussion if you would like.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman,
yes.
a question actually for staff. On page 4, line 13, and it's a term we use often, payment holiday. Is that kind of correct for statute? That's a curiosity question more than anything. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative
Yes.
Burkhart. I don't know, I don't think that term is used as such in statute. I think as long as the meaning is clear and understood, though, that it would work.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I understand the meaning in that. It was kind of an odd term for statute, that's all. Thank you.
I had a question. The 5%, it seems really low. I don't think anybody would ever dip down that far. Is there a reason we should leave that at 5%? Or should we move it to 10 or 25 or something?
Mr. Chairman, we got to that number in agreement with industry in our discussions.
Oh. Okay, all right. All right, my question on the LMOs is answered. Any other questions?
It's a good thing you remembered the LMOs.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep using that joke until someone laughs.
Representative Ayers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we talked about this at our last meeting, but that's been a long time ago. And in regard to that paragraph 4 on page 5, on what the state treasurer can invest those funds in. Can you elaborate on that? You said they're limited, but I'd say they were severely limited. If you got to guarantee 100% of the corpus, you're pretty limited in what you can do with that.
Mr. Chairman, we had that discussion with the treasurer, and yes, he has, you're looking at government, tips or government protected securities, those type of things that have a guaranteed return. So yes, his options are limited on that.
And just quick follow-up, currently that's like less than 1%, isn't it?
Mr. Chairman, those basis points are pretty low right now.
You'd like them to open it up and make some more money on it? Representative Bear?
I don't believe they can.
No, not if they follow this. Any other questions? Any other questions? Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you. Thank you for your presentation on LSO 89, and we'll work it. Is there any public comment? I can't imagine who would speak on this. I can't imagine. Well.
Where is he?
He's right there. Oh, before you start, I'd like to have the record note that Representative Gray is here. And we have a visitor that I'd like to recognize also. Representative Sweeney is in the audience. Thank you for Representative Sweeney for joining us. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Travis Detai, Executive Director of the Wyoming Mining Association. Just following up with what Director Parfit and Administrator Wentland said, this is a good bill. We put a lot of work into this. We fully recognize, I think, that as this program gets stood up, we may have to come back and revisit some issues. But I think the important thing is to move the bill. We fully support it. We have worked closely with the agency and in developing some of the language. This is a good idea. And I think the main thing is to move this bill forward, to get the full support of the committee in a very tough, heavy workload legislative session and get it passed and move from there. So you have our full support, and we would ask you to pass it.
Any questions for Mr. Detai? Questions for Mr. Detai? Yes, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Detai, have you, in your conversations with the coal mining industry, seen any kind of pushback on this low rate of return, or is there any interest based on that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, the answer is no, because that is pretty well defined on what you can do based on SMACRA compliance. We did have some back and forth to Chairman Greer's, or I'm sorry, Chairman Anderson's question regarding the 5%. We had a lot of back and forth on that and came to the conclusion that 5 was workable, and that's where we should start. But to follow up onto your question, Representative Bear, the industry was fully engaged in those discussions.
He called me Greer. About drop the hammer on him.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to grab the gavel from you?
Any questions for Mr. Detai? Any questions for Mr. Detai? Yes, Chuck, or Representative Gray, excuse me.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yeah, I'm here. One time I assume it's at the Oil and Gas Commission, I get burned. So,
yeah.
Mr. Detai, the 5%, I remember the projections you had. I mean, when do you had a few of those projections. When do you think this is going to be fully funded? At that last meeting, you provided that spreadsheet.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I would have to defer that to the Representative Gray, Mr. Chairman. I would defer that, the spreadsheet to the agency. They've got those projections. And it also depends on how much a company puts in. 5% is the minimum. A company could put in more and fund it and fund the fund faster.
Follow up? No? Okay. Any other questions? Oh.
Mr. Chairman, I stepped forward because I thought I might be able to help with that answer.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, if you remember, those were theoretical calculations in that spreadsheet, and it also had an initial outlay of input cash. So you were looking in those theoretical calculations. It was just a model for an example, and those were 10 years. So depending on the bond obligation at the 5%, you're looking 10 plus years, you know, and in a lot of cases on a large obligation, maybe 20 or more.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add on to that, one thing to keep in mind, this is not just about coal, it is about other industries, and other industries are going to be in different positions. Other companies too. You may have a company that would be able to fully fund in 3 years. You know, it's just, it's voluntary. It's based on business decisions made by these companies. There is flexibility. And again, I would reiterate, this is a good concept. This is a good idea, and this needs to move forward.
Other questions? Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Detay and Kyle. Any other public comment from the room? Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shannon Anderson with Powder River Basin Resource Council. It might shock you, there's the second bill today I get to support before your committee, so I'm very excited about that. The bill is definitely in much better shape. We appreciate all the work that went into it, particularly shoring up that bankruptcy protection language. That's critical to the bill. Really important to make this a viable instrument for the state, to protect our taxpayers and to ensure that reclamation happens out there on the ground. So it's definitely a better bill than it was when I saw you in Laramie, and I appreciate all that work that has gone into it. The one concern that we still have with the bill is to the chairman's question about the 5%. So if you just do 5% a year, that's 20 years to fully fund. Think of where any of us are going to be in 20 years. Think of where energy markets are in 20 years, where the coal industry is going to be in 20 years. 20 years is a long time. And we would like to see that number higher. But we do understand that it's a minimum, and we hope that, you know, companies will voluntarily choose to go more than that 5%. But I would just say that, you know, to do 5% a year, it's going to take 20 years to fully fund reclamation this way. So that will be a long time. So. And that's the only concern that we have on the bill.
Any questions for Shannon? Any questions? I have a question. What do you think it ought to be? Should it be instead of 20 years, 10 years? Is that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we would recommend, you know, 15 or 20% a year. I think that, you know, a 5-year payment makes sense. That is a reasonable time frame in the coal industry to think about protection for our state, our taxpayers, and to ensure that reclamation happens. We would, you know, to make this workable and viable and usable, really. You know, it's good to have a small amount in a trust that's bankruptcy proof. That's good. But if it maintains to be a small amount over a long-term period, it's going to reduce the utility of this as an instrument going forward.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, the concern I have there, though, is that it's a voluntary program. And I don't disagree that the sooner that these are funded, the better it's going to be. But I want participation in it and flexibility, as I was discussing before. If we were to set it at 20%, do you think industry would participate? Do you have any indication that they would still say, yeah, that's a great program?
Mr. Chairman, I can't answer for industry, and I think you just heard the answer in previous testimonies. So that's probably where they are on it. But I do think that, again, if the state wants to use this as an incentive to get a better bonding instrument to protect taxpayers, ensure reclamation happens on the ground, then we need to have the right setup to make sure that happens and it's usable for everybody. So that's where we are on it. Again, it's a minimum, so we hope companies do more and get it fully funded faster, but it'll take 20 years the way it's set up right now in the bill.
Other questions for Ms. Anderson? Representative Gray.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Why will it take 20 years, Ms. Anderson? Because if it's invested, I mean, that assumes the investments aren't yielding a return. Just want to understand why you're coming to that conclusion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, you're right. I mean, if there is interest, then that would decrease the time period, but 5%, 20 years, that's the math on that. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe we need to bring up Mr. Detay or Mr. Wetland, but maybe Ms. Anderson, she was involved in the drafting of this. It sounds like. I think there was a discussion earlier about whether this could be invested in equities. I'm not seeing where it can't. And so I thought Representative Ayer was saying maybe it couldn't. Maybe I misunderstood that exchange, but you would think it would be a pretty at least in this environment, a higher return. I mean, we're dealing with funny money and the markets are ridiculous, but what's happening right now. But anyway, that's a whole other situation. Can it be invested in equities?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would defer to the treasurer's office on that one, but, and I think a lot of it's going to have to get worked up in the rules as well. So one thing I would note in this version of the bill versus what you saw in Laramie, a lot is deferred to rulemaking, right? To make sure that we are able to get the right program through our rules. So some of these issues may be addressed in the rulemaking stage of things as well.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify that for SMACRA, no, it cannot. It cannot be invested in equities. It has to be 100% liquid, which basically in the eyes of the Treasury means T-bills and other similar instruments that will get you 1% or less. And that's federal requirements. If we wanted to do it in a way that we could invest in equities, we could change it, but we would then have to back it ourselves with the full faith and credit of the state of Wyoming. And I'm not super enthused about that. So I absolutely agree that it would be handy if we could. That is why there are the two paragraphs, though. SMACRA is one paragraph. Non-SMACRA is the other paragraph. If it's not SMACRA covered, now you can invest it in anything as long as, once again, you're hopefully having the money there at the end of the game. And that's then allowing the treasurer to have discretion over risk to provide that surety. So then you could imagine certainly over 2% and hopefully getting above that.
That's why there's paragraph 4 and 5 on page 5 to separate out that SMACRA.
And Mr. Chairman, I would add to that too, that when in the language there too, was we discussed, it says that the state treasurer has the ability to invest in funds that are authorized by the state. So on the non-coal piece, you are correct. He has a little more latitude with where he can go with that.
Any other questions? Other questions for Ms. Anderson? Ms. Anderson, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you
thank
very
you.
much. Any other public comment in the room? Any other public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any on the? No, there's none on the room or the Zoom.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, yes.
we do have, I believe, Mr. Fleming from the treasurer's office, if the committee wishes to hear from him.
Well, you give a lot better answer than mine.
Well, so much for him. So should we hear from him? Can you bring him on? We'd let the treasurer's office speak to us.
Mr. Chairman, it's Patrick Fleming, CIO for the Treasurer's Office. Some of the questions that you had as far as where rates are and so forth, I can answer those if you care, or stand for any questions that you want to know on the rates. But the way we see it right now with rules, equities would not be allowed, obviously, as Senator Rothfuss made that comment. Just so you know, overnight rates right now are 11 basis points. So if you have to have 100% corpus funding, that would preclude us from investing anything out on the curve to get any type of yield pickup. So that would be something that we'd need to clarify. The good news is the forward rates, the Federal Reserve is in the process of hiking. So if you look at where rates are forecasted to be in 2 years, it would be around 2%. So better than today, but still not wonderful. So to answer some of the questions that some of you had, with a very limited ability, you're talking about only US Treasuries if the corpus has to be 100% guaranteed. That would be the rules that we would have to follow unless directed otherwise.
Questions for Mr. Fleming? Yes. Chuck or Representative Gray first. Representative Burkhart first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fleming, so it's fair to say that right now, the only money that you'd have is what was deposited. There'd be really no earnings on it, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, it's de minimis. I mean, right now, our three-month SOFR rate, overnight rates are 11 basis points. So that it's very, very low, but high probability we're going to go up 25 basis points in March and every quarter thereafter. So it is it is going to, the Fed with 7% inflation, the Fed will be hiking interest rates, highly, highly likely.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fleming, just want to understand, is it the statute that is preventing, you know, a balanced portfolio, or is it in rule? And what's been the history on states? I assume this is something that other states have done. I think we had talked about that at the last meeting. What's been the history on them looking at adjusting that to move towards a more balanced portfolio, not just equities, but just a more balanced portfolio?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, I am not familiar what other states have done in this area. When you're talking, the first part of the question, as far as the rates and what we can invest in, I am going on the basis of that the corpus cannot drop below 100%. The only way that we would ensure that would be U.S. Treasury securities, because if you move out into the credit curve to corporate bonds or whatever, there is potential for default. And if you go out longer maturity, so for instance, like if we would invest it in a 10-year bond, there are 10-year bonds right now that are trading at $91 as rates have been going up. So in that instance right now, 10-year rates are at 173. We could buy a 10-year, but as rates go up, even though we know we're going to get par back or 100 back at maturity, between now and 10 years from now, that bond easily could drop below 100. And in that instance, the corpus would drop below. So unless there's flexibility on that, we would have to keep it short maturities, which is basically 3-month T-bills, which are, as you know, one of the worst investments out there as far as a return.
Follow up? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to confirm that the answer to the overall question is that the SMACRA statute says you have to maintain the entire corpus. I mean, does it consider the effects of inflation there? Because if you consider that, you're not maintaining the corpus by anything. It's actually the opposite on an average basis. So thank you.
Jesus Christ.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, you're absolutely correct. It's negative. So as you're saying, if you're getting 11 basis points, you're minus 7% real yield. So inflation adjusted returns are terrible. Terrible.
I don't think that we're going to guarantee that it's inflation proof, though. I think the state can do that. Any other questions? Any other questions for Mr. Fleming? Other questions? Anyone else on the Zoom? Nope. Okay, we'll close public comment and committee, what's your pleasure?
Second.
Any discussion? Any discussion? Any changes?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did have the one request to have the establishment of an account on page 4, paragraph E. And so I'd look to Brian to get his thoughts on that if we can.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss. Couple different ways you could do it. The simplest way would just be on line 22 to just add which is hereby created. And then I think from that point on, it would just be a question of what other conditions the committee may wish to put on that state fund.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion, and if we need to refine it in the future, we can certainly do that later, but I think that at least solves our immediate problem. We can work on it.
Moved and seconded. Would you please restate the language?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the motion would be to add on line 22 before the semicolon, which is hereby created, so that it reads, this is page 4. Any forfeited interest shall be deposited into a state fund for unfunded mine reclamation, which is hereby created. And we can work on it later.
Any questions of the amendment maker? Any questions? Any questions? Questions been called. All in favor of the amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. That amendment carries. Any other amendments to the bill? Any other amendments? You got a lot of questions. So with this, though, we'll have a roll
Do you want a
call.
roll call?
I want a roll call, yeah.
Do it.
So let's vote on passing this bill as amended.
Senator Bateman,
Excused.
Senator Cooper,
Aye.
Senator Rothfuss,
Aye.
Senator Wasserberger,
Excused.
Representative Bear,
Aye.
Representative Burkhart,
Aye.
Representative Duncan,
Aye.
Representative Air,
Aye.
Representative Gray,
Aye.
Representative Heiner,
Aye.
Representative Sherwood, Representative Western,
Aye.
Co-Chairman Greer,
Excused.
Chairman Anderson.
Aye.
That passes.
That squeaked by the committee also. Yeah. All right. Carbon storage liability bill draft is our next on our agenda. We've got a working group report. And they appear just like that. Go ahead, working group.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that the working group report was referring to the DEQ,
Oh.
but rather than the committee had a working group, I believe.
Oh. Huh. Well. Do you know of a working group, Brian, that could report on this?
Mr. Chairman, the working group was Chairman Greer, Senator Cooper, Senator Rothfuss, and Representative Heiner. And they did meet, I'm happy to give an overview of what that group did. They met and continued work on the bill draft. The primary changes were to change references in the bill draft to reference an injector as the person who is injecting and storing the carbon dioxide, changing references from a certificate of site closure to a certificate of project completion. There were changes to the language for the requirements for a site closure certificate. There is an expansion in the bill draft of there's currently a special revenue account for carbon sequestration. It expands the purposes for which those funds can be used. It includes conforming amendments to 34-153, which concerns landowner liability for the injected or stored carbon dioxide. And then finally, the effective date was changed from 2022 to 2024.
And those changes are in this bill now?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Okay. Well, good report, working group. Thanks, Representative Greer. I know he's listening. All right, we'll move right on to DEQ then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, just wanted to introduce the new Water Quality Division Administrator, Jennifer Zygmunt. She wasn't the administrator at the last meeting, so it's a new development since we met last. The working draft 0.7 is what we're working off of now. The committee had brought forward a bill earlier this year, or last year rather, to address a question on liability and when that might transfer to the state in order to be more similar to what North Dakota's rules and statutes allow. There were two things that we were very interested in with the bill draft, and those being, one, ensuring that there would be no adverse impact to our primacy that we had recently obtained in August of 2020, and also to ensure that there would be no impact to our Chapter 24 rules, which would necessitate us to go back to rulemaking. We had spent a lot of time working with EPA on some minor revisions, and those revisions to Chapter 24 took place in October of 2021. So we do have a lot to talk about here. I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer, and she's going to walk through the bill and then add some narrative to that as we go through it.
Good morning,
Jennifer,
Mr.
yes.
Chairman. Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning. So as Director Parfit mentioned, I will do a walkthrough of the bill, going by the different sections and highlighting page numbers and line numbers. So starting with section 1, this section creates 2 new sections of statutes, first being 3511-318 on page 2. Subsection A on page 2, line 5, defines the injector as the person who holds a geologic sequestration permit or certificate. Subsection B on page 2, line 10, establishes the injector has the title to the carbon dioxide until the DEQ issues a certificate of project completion. And subsection C on page 2, line 19, establishes that the injector is liable for damages during the time they hold title. The second new section is 3511-319 on page 3. Subsection A, page 3, line 7, establishes that DEQ will issue a certificate of project completion after certain conditions have been met and after there's an opportunity for public notice, comment, and hearing. The conditions that have to be met are in the following subsections, starting with subsection B, page 3, line 18. At least 10 years must have passed after carbon dioxide injections have ceased. Subsection C, Romanet I, the injector is in compliance with all laws governing carbon sequestration. C, Romanet 2, the injector must have addressed all pending claims, i.e. financial assurance. Subsection C, Romanet 3 through 4, the injector must have demonstrated that the carbon dioxide plume is stable. Subsection C, Romanet 5, all wells and equipment that are in place for long-term monitoring and management must be in good condition. And finally, subsection C, Romanet 6, injection wells must be plugged and reclamation must be complete at that time. And I'd like to pause and emphasize 2 points. So the first is that this certificate of project completion that's being proposed will not be issued by the DEQ until all class 6 requirements have been met. And that includes post-injection site care requirements and site closure requirements. Those requirements are very robust and very detailed, and they are outlined in section 24 of chapter 24 of our rules. Secondly, associated with that phase of the class 6 permit, the post-injection site care and the site closure, there are numerous opportunities for public comment, and I wanted to highlight what those are. First is that the owner and operator is required to develop a post-injection site care and site closure plan when they originally submit their application to us. And they have to update that plan annually if changes are needed. And unless those changes are just minor corrections or clarifications, every time that plan is changed, it's a permit modification, and that would trigger public notice requirements. So there's a public comment opportunity every time that plan is updated. Secondly, when the owner or operator is closing the site, they submit a site closure report to the DEQ. At that time, they must provide proof that they've provided public notice weekly for 4 consecutive weeks. And that notice includes an opportunity for a public hearing if requested. And finally, they must notify by mail all entities with a surface or subsurface interest within 1 mile of the facility. And last but not least, also when they're ready for site closure, chapter 24 requires that we provide a public notice period to release a financial assurance after site closure requirements have been met. So again, post-injection site care, site closure requirements are very robust, and they include numerous opportunities for public comment during this permit phase. Continuing on with a walkthrough of the bill, subsection D, page 5, line 30. So once those conditions have been met, DEQ at that point would issue a certificate of project completion. And then title of the carbon dioxide and associated rights, interests, responsibility, and liability would be transferred to the state. And that is in subsection D, Romanet 1 through 3, page 6, lines 1 through 14. At that time, the injector is released from all regulatory requirements, and all bonds, financial assurance must be released. And finally, the state assumes responsibility for long-term management and monitoring. And that's in Romanet 6, page 7, line 5. And so again, just to emphasize that that transfer of liability would not occur until all Class 6 permit requirements, including post-site injection care and site closure requirements, have been met per our rules. So that concludes section 1. We do not have any concerns with the proposed sections. As Director Parfit mentioned earlier, our concerns have been addressed, and those concerns again focused on ensuring that there weren't any complications with primacy or prompting the need to pursue further rulemaking. As Mr. Fuller indicated, there are some terms that were changed. Permittee was changed to injector. Site closure was changed to project completion, and we support those changes. We feel that these changes don't result in the regulations being less stringent, which again is important for ensuring we retain primacy. And we feel that the revisions help keep these title and certification requirements separate from the Class 6 permit requirements. They're separate but parallel tracks, but it just keeps, again, the primacy and rulemaking issues cleaner. Moving on to section 2, this section updates or adds references based on the new sections that we just went over, and it creates new subsections in 351113. In 30-5-104, page 7, line 23, just simply corrects the cross-reference from 317 to 320. Similarly, in 35-502, page 8, line 19, corrects the reference from 318 to 320, and we do not have concerns with either change. 34-1-153, page 9, line 8, clarifies that the injected carbon dioxide shall be presumed to be owned by the injector of such material subject to Wyoming statutes 3511, 318, and 319. Similarly, page 9, line 15 clarifies that except as provided in Wyoming statutes 3511, 318, and 319, no owner of pore space shall be liable, and we do not have any concerns with those changes either. Moving on to 3511-313, which is the statutes that authorize carbon sequestration, basically our Class 6 permitting. Page 10, line 7 adds that the injector of the carbon dioxide shall apply for any permit required under this section. We don't have any concerns. We feel that language could be redundant, but neither does it cause any complications. Page 11, line 10 updates the reference from 3511-317 to 320. We would like to recommend that the committee consider whether 317 could still be the appropriate reference there, since the new sections 318 and 319, along with 320, don't directly apply to unitization orders. We would recommend that the committee consider whether 317 should be kept as the reference in that section.
Questions?
Yeah, run me
Yes.
through exactly what you're talking about there again.
Sure. So we're in section 3511-313 on page 11, line 10.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, just so that I understand it, then reinsert stricken language, basically original language there on line 10 is the question.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Thank you.
The next correction, page 11, line 19, corrects the reference from 318 to 320, excuse me. We do not have any concerns. Page 11, line 21 creates a new subsection N that indicates the DEQ after issuing the Class 6 permit would then issue a project certificate, and that certificate contains certain information, and the injector would be required to file that with the county clerk. We don't have any concerns with that addition, and that does match North Dakota statute. Page 12, line 6 creates a new subsection O that establishes that provisions of the new sections 318 and 319 apply to any permit or certificate issued under 3511-313 or any unitization order issued under 3511-314 through 317. Our comment here is that we do feel that language is redundant. Our first suggestion would be to remove that section. However, if it's kept, we would recommend removing the word permit to ensure that the title and certificate requirements in 318 and 319 remain separate from the Class 6 permitting requirements. So that is our other recommendation for the committee to consider.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead, Representative Burkhart.
thank you. Could you repeat that suggested change, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Again, we are on page 12, line 6 in the newly created subsection O. We feel that that subsection could be removed because it is redundant with other language in the proposed bill. If it is kept, though, we would recommend removing the word permit from that statement. So the revised statement would say that the statutes would apply to any certificate issued under 351113, et cetera. So just taking out the word permit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3511-314, page 12, line 16, again, just updates the reference from 317 to 319. Page 13, lines 1 and 2, updates the reference from 317 to 320 in 2 places, and we have no concerns with those changes. Moving on to section 3 of the bill, 3511-318 is first corrected to 320. That's just a renumbering. We do not have any concerns. And these are the statutes that authorize the special revenue account for the state's long-term monitoring and management of the sites. Page 14, line 12 changes site closure to project completion. And again, we support that change. Page 14, line 19 adds language to subsection C to clarify how the special revenue account funds can be used by the state for long-term monitoring and management. And the following subsections indicate that those funds could be used by the state for testing, monitoring, and long-term inspections, remediation of mechanical problems, plugging and abandonment of monitoring wells, and addressing future claims from carbon dioxide release. And we don't have any concerns with those changes. Again, it just clarifies the activities that the state can undertake for long-term management and monitoring to respond to needs at the closed sites. And we will note that this reflects Louisiana statutes that they have included for their carbon sequestration. Also in that section, page 15, line 9, again, changes site closure to project completion. Again, we support that change. And finally, page 15, line 17, modifies subsection D to remove or the carbon dioxide and associated constituents injected into those sites. We feel that language is outside the scope of DEQ and are not providing any comments on that at this time. Moving on to section 4, page 15, line 20, again, just indicates the applicability of this act. We do not have any concerns. Section 5, page 16, line 4 gives the DEQ authority to take actions and promulgate rules to implement this act. We don't have any concerns, and as the bill is written today, we would not anticipate that further rulemaking would be needed at this time. This section also requires DEQ to report to the committee by August 1st, 2023 regarding the status of implementing this act, whether further legislation is needed to retain primacy, and whether more time is needed to implement this act. And we do not have any concerns with that reporting requirement. And finally, section 6, page 17, line 1 establishes July 1st, 2024 as the effective date, with sections 5 and 6 becoming effective immediately. We do not have any concerns. So in summary, again, the objective of our review was to ensure that the proposed changes did not have any negative impacts on Class 6 primacy or Class 6 rules. We feel our concerns have been addressed, and we appreciate the committee's consideration of our past comments and the consideration of the 2 comments that we offered today. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take questions.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Questions? Yes, Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a couple questions, if you can answer them, or maybe it needs to go to the subcommittee. What was the reason for the dates of 2023, 2024 in section 5 and 6? Considering that there's demand for this right now, we're pushing it out almost 2 years. I would think we would want to act a little quicker than that. So any reason for those dates being that far out?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any further information on those dates myself.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I don't really know what the genesis of those dates are specifically, but perhaps LSO might be able to answer that.
Brian, do you have something for
Yeah,
us?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burkhart, my understanding from that conversation with the working group was to ensure time for number one, rulemaking, and number two, to ensure that there would be no effect on the primacy of the state's regulation of those Class 6 wells.
But Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Representative Burkhart.
So Director, do you need those dates that far out? Based on what one staff has said, do you need that much time?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not thinking of a reason that we would need to push it out that far if there's no rulemaking on our end. And that's my understanding, that there wouldn't be any additional rulemaking.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. As again, as the bill is written today, we would not anticipate the need to do any further rulemaking.
Okay, and one final follow-up, Mr. Chairman. So are you going to need any additional staffing to implement this?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. At this time, no. I think it depends on the number of permit applications that we receive. But staff in our groundwater section have been working very diligently to stand up the program now that we have Chapter 24 revised. At this time, we do not anticipate further staff being needed. We're looking at job duties and priorities and think that we can handle the workload internally at this time with current staff.
All right, thank you. Director.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would just point out that we have received one application in-house so far, and anticipate that we'll have one or two more applications the first part of this year. So as we assess the workload associated with processing those applications, that may change the response to the resource needs.
Thank you.
Other questions? Other questions? Yes, Senator Rob. Representative Bear.
I'm not sure who this question would be directed to, but maybe the special subcommittee, but has the Attorney General's office looked at this assumption of the state assuming liability? Have we heard from them, and are they here today to tell us anything about that?
Mr.
Go ahead.
Chairman, our Attorney General for the DEQ has reviewed this bill draft alongside us, and her input, though, is limited to, again, Class 6 primacy or rules and regs. Her input did not weigh in specifically on this issue of liability, so I don't believe I can provide any further information from our perspective on that question.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was doing some background research on this, and there's been a lot of literature on it. They consistently say that 8 states have liability frameworks, and they list out Wyoming. I'm not seeing anything repealed here. So what is the existing liability framework in statute?
Mr. Chairman, the existing liability would, as it stands now, would remain with the permit holder or the injector. Would not transfer to the state.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It appears that there's a lot of that's contemplated in statute. So I was thinking there would be something repealed in here. Is it just assumed, or or is it sort of superseded by the new creation of the new statute, I guess is maybe the answer to that.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I can answer the question as to where specifically it might refer explicitly that the permittee or injector would retain liability. There's nothing that would suggest that it would transfer to anybody else. So I guess it perhaps supersede is what I think is you characterized it as might be the appropriate way to characterize it.
Mr. Chairman.
Other questions?
Brian
Yeah.
has a
Oh,
follow-up.
Brad.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, Representative Gray. I would assume that the reference to current law would be what's on page 9 of the bill draft. Particularly at subsection B that just states that no owner of the pore space or holding the right to control that is liable for the effects of injecting the carbon dioxide. Subsection A, which is the first part, it's presumed that the carbon dioxide is presumed to be owned by the injector and all rights and liabilities belong to the injector. So I assume that would be the reference to the current law. And this just would provide for a transfer of the liability from the injector to the state.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as an additional bit of background, I think it's been long enough since we've talked about this, that it would be worth discussing a little bit of the impetus for why this legislation is requested and needed, and why the transfer of liability from the injector to the state is something that is being considered. I don't know if you feel comfortable in providing an answer, but I'd be happy to hear it from you. If not, we can look to others. And then I would ask also, I know that you've reviewed what other states have done. So if you can put this in context with North Dakota's statutes and talk a little bit about how this compares to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The genesis of the draft bill, I can't really speak to because it wasn't something that came from the DEQ. What I can say is that as we looked at the draft bill, we wanted to ensure, as we've stated, that it didn't do anything to jeopardize primacy or the rules, Chapter 24. So as we looked at that, we came to the conclusion that if the permit conditions are adhered to and structured the way that they are, as Jennifer has mentioned, they are very robust. We have confidence that there won't be any issue with the draft bill and switching the liability after the permit holder or the injector has satisfied the conditions of the permit and the rules, because that would be consistent with the federal rules as well. As far as how it lines up with North Dakota, I think that was the intent from this committee, was to line up or align the rules and the statutes in North Dakota with what we have here in Wyoming. And so I would say it matches very closely with what North Dakota has. No other state has primacy at this point. We are watching what's happening in Louisiana and in Texas, because they are actively seeking primacy from EPA.
I guess what I'm getting at is even a little step back about 45Q and Class 2 versus Class 6. It's my understanding that these have to be classified as Class 6 to have eligibility for the 45Q tax credit. If I'm not mistaken, you can't do that under Class 2. And it's sort of the whole economic motivation for us even putting this in place. And maybe you don't want to speak to it, and that's fine. If you don't, we'll try and get somebody else who can in public testimony. Maybe Pete can speak to it or others. But I'd like the committee to kind of understand why we're going down this road and what's broken, so to speak, that we're trying to address.
So, Mr. Chairman, from our perspective, from the DEQ's perspective, there is nothing that's broken that needs to be fixed. We could just as easily proceed with the process as we have, as it's been laid out. Now, there may be other underlying reasons for doing this from the standpoint of incentivizing industry to establish a carbon sequestration Class 6 facility in Wyoming. And I believe that there's probably some underlying reasons for that along those lines. But that's not something that directly affects what we do at DEQ.
Other questions for Jennifer or the director? Yes, Senator.
Thank you. More specifically on some of the points in the bill that I've been contemplating with the C paragraph beginning on page 4. You've got a series of little Romanettes there, and contemplating Romanettes 3 and 4. Up above, it says injection shall terminate not less than 10 years prior to the release. But Romanettes 3 and 4, and even the confidence, is that going to be by rule?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's a good question. And that points back to section 24 of chapter 24, where post-injection site care and site closure requirements are, which describe in detail how the owner and operator has to demonstrate that the carbon dioxide plume is stabilized. Going back to the draft bill on page 4, the Romanet 3 and 4 that you pointed out, those definitions of stability now match what's in chapter 24, and we supported that change just to make it very clear about what is meant by plume stabilization. But to better answer your question, chapter 24, again, section 424, excuse me, goes into great detail about exactly how they have to do that. And through modeling and monitoring, demonstrate to us how long it will take to stabilize the plume. And then for a minimum of 3 years through monitoring, show that that plume has been stabilized. So again, we feel that those requirements are very robust, and although it says at least 10 years after carbon dioxide has ceased being injected, I think the reality is that we're talking several decades before a plume is truly stabilized. But again, that is project specific and dependent on certain circumstances. So again, that 10 years is a minimum. I would say it's likely to be much longer before stability is demonstrated.
Well, certainly. That sounds good. And the other question I have, and this is probably deeply defined also where you suggested, but on page 4, looking at that Romanet 4, the stored or injected carbon dioxide is unlikely to cross any underground or pore space boundary. Unlikely from an engineering standpoint is pretty out there. So what is the standard of unlikely that would be put to Romanet 4?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, good question. And again, that language matches what we have in chapter 24. And again, the specifics in 24 outline, how they have to show that the pressure fronts aren't there to move the plume into underground sources of drinking water. And very extensive monitoring system. And again, at least 3 years showing that that plume is stable and is not moving without any control equipment. I am not prepared today to go into specific technical requirements, but if it would be helpful for the committee, we would be happy to put that information together and get you a one pager on that.
Question there.
Sure.
Kind of on the same point, though. I assume that this would be part of the approval process, but if for designation as a class 6, but I'm imagining a circumstance where you've got a neighboring mineral owner. We've got transition from a 2 to a 6 that's intended, and I want to produce in a zone that's nearby. So I've got no energy right now in the zone that is being designated as class 6, and the state is taking over liability for it. There's good modeling and demonstration, but what is the thought on connectivity between this zone and another zone that might be nearby that's currently not energized, but somebody chooses to produce it or whatever the case may be? What happens then? So all of a sudden now we actually have some motion because there's injection to drive oil in another reservoir nearby, and it turns out that there's a little bit of connectivity or something. What are we going to do to deal with that? The continuous monitoring is probably kind of the key there that is taken on by the state. But can you talk me through how something like that might proceed?
Mr. Chairman, I can speak broadly to that, and I think that is a very good question. And navigating these ownership issues is a conversation that's not just DEQ, but also point out, Oil and Gas Commission, state lands, BLM. And ideally, I think those issues would be worked out during the time of permit application when they have to fully characterize the site. Again, reach out to all people with surface and subsurface interests and work out those issues ahead of time. But again, through models and monitoring to demonstrate at the end of carbon dioxide injections, after the plume has been stabilized, that it's staying put and that it won't be migrating into areas of other ownership or energy production. If you need further details on that, again, that is a subject I'll need to consult with my staff on and put together some more specifications, which we'd be happy to do.
Are there?
Go ahead.
And another possible concern is, I guess I'd ask, would it be permitted for class 6 if I had injection into a zone here, but there was a mineral resource below that zone that at some point in the future might want to be produced, and I would have to drill through to produce the lower zone, what is currently a sequestered zone? What happens to liability? Do I now, as I'm moving through the zone, do I pick up some liability as an operator that's going to drill through a closed class 6 sequestration zone that theoretically the state's picked up liability on? Does that, because that's going to be an OGCC permit going through a DEQ classified sequestration zone. What do we do?
You have a simple answer for that?
Mr. Chairman, no, I don't. The best answer I can give you today, again, is, as we get these applications, those conversations should be happening on the front end. And for example, the first application that we're looking at, there are some questions about ownership and land interests. And, we'll be talking with the applicant and the other interested parties to make sure that that is addressed at the front end before a permit is issued. Again, but due to the interactions with these other agencies, I'm not comfortable providing an answer that I think would, answer your question to your satisfaction today.
Yes, Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To follow up on Senator Rothfuss's questions, if you never issue a certificate of completion, what happens? Does the liability stay with that company literally forever? I mean, we're talking 10 years out, and right now life changes tremendously in 10 days. does the liability stay with that company? And then I'll have a follow-up to that.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding would be yes, based on the bill. In that if they did not meet class 6 site closure requirements, we would not issue them a certificate of completion. And per the language in the bill, if that certificate of completion does not happen, then the liability stays with the injector.
Okay, so follow up to that then, and I kind of assumed that was the answer, but so the follow-up would be 20 years out, you haven't issued a certificate of completion. The company goes out of business, goes bankrupt, they disappear. Who owns the liability at that point? Does it fall back to the state or they don't sell or anything, they just quit existing?
So, Mr. Chairman, my guess would be that the liability would shift to the state, but we would hold their financial instruments, which would be relinquished under that scenario.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Other questions? Other questions of Jennifer and the director? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. Oh, I have one question. Excuse me. On page 4, line 9, the injector has addressed any pending claims regarding the injection of storage. What pending claims could there be besides the state claims, or is there other people that would make claims on this sequestration site?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding for that would be to make sure that they have addressed any claims associated with the financial assurance that they are committing to as part of the permit application.
Okay, mostly just to the state. All right, thank you. And thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify on this bill, LSO 85?
Mr. Chairman, my name
Yes.
is Tom Kropatch. I'm the oil and gas supervisor for the Oil and Gas Commission. And I think I just wanted to put on the record as far as it relates to renumbering of the statutes or anything that regards pore space or commission duties in the bill, that we didn't have any objection to any of those.
Oh, okay.
So if there was any other questions related to the Oil and Gas Commission duties, I'd be happy to answer those.
Okay, any other questions for the Oil and Gas Commission? Any other questions? None? Thank you, Mr. Kropatch.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, excuse my voice. I think I have that cold going around, or maybe just talking too much. My name is Wendy Lau, and I've done energy lobbying consulting for 4 decades in Wyoming. And I just wanted to bring to your attention the, excuse me, the body of law that we do have in place. And you're receiving a 1-page summary that I put together over 10 years ago. And I'm looking down the table and I'm trying to think of who was present on the floor when we did these bills. Possibly Representative Burkhart, and I'm not sure who else.
Nobody,
That's it.
not even him, because we came in together.
Oh, okay. But, you know, Wyoming was the first state to actually tackle this pore space issue. And as it's been indicated, we have a very robust body of law, and we just received our primacy for Class 6. It has taken over a decade to get that done. And I just thought you might find it interesting. We had 6 pieces of legislation over 3 sessions. Your prior colleagues that worked primarily on those bills was Representative Throne and Speaker Lubnow. So, you know, when you're talking about how this bill may interact with our body of law. I just thought you might want to have this reference. I know I've provided it to several of you in the past, but today's an opportunity for you to see. All this is the LSO explanation of each bill that's on the website. And again, having worked on this topic over the last decade plus, the concern that I had as somebody that had been involved in developing this body of law was that we do nothing to jeopardize Class 6 primacy. And it seems that the director has tried to make sure that any changes were made to the bill so that we do not do that. We certainly don't want to have to go back and ask for any changes to our Chapter 24 rules. It's been a long haul, and we want to be able to protect that. So with that in mind, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for Ms. Lowe? Questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wendy. Other input from the public? Anyone else like to speak?
Mr. Chairman, Greg Schnocky with Denbury Inc. We are a CO2 pipeline operator, developer, enhanced oil recovery operator, and conventional oil recovery operator in Wyoming. We support the bill. Appreciate the work and attention that is going to this question and addressing this issue of long-term liability.
Any questions for Mr. Snaki? Since he is a CO2 operator. Nope, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Snaki. Other public input? Other public input? Is there any on the Zoom? There's more in the room.
I think there's two people, but they don't have their hands.
Mr. Chairman, Richard Garrett, and this is a very deep debate, and I appreciate that depth and your attention to this issue. As you can see from my appearance, and not this part of my appearance, I have been around a while, and like Ms. Lau, was in attendance as this legislature debated this issue over 3 sessions. That body of law was groundbreaking. It was carefully crafted, wisely so, limited the state's liability. That long tail of liability is how it was described at that time. And for the state to now assume that liability is a tremendous risk. I recognize very much that we need to move forward with carbon capture, sequestration, and those technologies, those associated technologies. I think the state has a tremendous opportunity, if not an obligation, to do so. But we need to make sure we do it right. That's our track record. And if doing it right takes just a little bit more time, then that's what I would urge this body to do, to consider. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Garrett? Questions? Check, Mr. Gray, or Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a big supporter of the oil and gas industry and our core industries in our state. And I know you know that, and you follow the legislature very, very well, Mr. Garrett. My concern on this bill, though, is that look, we want to support the industry in coming back in the wake of a lot of this narrative that's out there that I don't agree with. I mean, we may very well disagree on that point, but I just think the deep pockets that the government has is going to be an enormous incentive for litigation that could continue ad nauseum. And as opposed to the disincentive of pursuing litigation in other instances. And I just think it's a huge incentive to carry out something which probably in many cases will be will not be will not be valid in the court's eyes, but I just think it's encouraging litigation. Do you agree?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, I anticipated that question and I really don't have a response, honestly, but I will say that I too respect our oil and gas industry, all that it's done for this state for many, many decades, if not a century or more. I'm a direct beneficiary of that, I think, as most people in this room have been that are residents of our beautiful state. That said, that partnership that we share with industry is one that needs to be more or less equal. And I fear that this legislation, as it's crafted, as it's drafted, puts a little bit of weight on the wrong side of this scale, if I may. So thank you very much, Representative. I think that we're more in agreement than you might imagine on this. So thank you.
Follow up, Representative
Yeah,
Gray.
Mr. I just want to clarify. I didn't say we might be a disagreement on the oil and gas industry. I meant on climate change, and maybe we're not. But I just anticipate a lot of litigation on this. So I appreciate, Mr. Garrett, you follow this issues a lot. Appreciate you coming in. Thanks.
Any other questions for Mr. Garrett? Other questions? Hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you
Garrett,
very
thank you
much,
for being
Mr.
here.
Chairman. Thank you, committee members.
Other public comment? Oh. Okay. Anything on the Zoom? If there's none in the room? None on the Zoom? Okay, we'll close public comment and committee, what's your pleasure? Moved by Duncan, seconded by Cooper. Any discussion, any changes, any additions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So I think just some general discussion about how to proceed with it. And I was a member of the working group, but regrettably didn't get to participate and had a conflict with the one instance, but in discussions, clearly there's still more things here that could be worked on. That was the reason for the date being kicked out a little bit, is to make sure that there was another legislative session before anything really happened. I think that's valuable. If we want to proceed, I'd certainly be reticent to expedite it and say we've got everything right now. I think that we can be confident based on the work that DEQ did on this legislation that we are not jeopardizing Class 6 primacy, which is obviously critical. I do see this legislation as being necessary in concept to get to the point where we don't have what is effectively infinite liability or timeline, and at some point you have to have a certification. Is 10 years enough on page 3? Maybe that's not enough. Maybe if that were 20 years minimum, that might be helpful, but just having a potential for closure is a positive. But the other thing this does, in my view, is provide opportunity for a clear program for the state to have resources available for ongoing monitoring. I think in the long run, that is an essential feature of our sequestration program, and this provides a vehicle for that. So I think there's two paths forward. One is that we can kick this out. I would really value the delayed effective date if we do kick it out, and continue to work through the process into the legislative session, take feedback, and decide whether or not we're ready for this bill to go forward in this legislative session. Obviously, we know we've got a ridiculously busy legislative session, though, so that during this session, we're not going to have a lot of time to work the bill, but between now and then we do. And then make a decision whether we want to move it forward then, or take it into the next interim and continue to work it potentially pass it and then continue to work it, which is also reasonable. Or kick this to next interim. I'm inclined to support it at this time and continue to work it and just not be afraid to pull the plug on it if it isn't ready when we get to session. And that's where I'm going to end up, is supportive but wary, and continuing to work on it at this point in time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other comments? No other comments? I'm on the other side of that, Senator Rothfuss. I like moving the date up, but I understand what you're saying, but we have projects that are coming on board right now for massive sequestration. And I think they need some of this guidance, but we'll work on that. It certainly is not a deal breaker for the bill for me.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would support the bill. Excuse me. Right now, we need to provide people with a place to go with their carbon dioxide. You can only use so much for enhanced oil recovery, and the only other option right now is sequestration. It gives especially our coal plants, someplace to go with it. I think over time, this could become an enterprise activity in a way. It gives potentially some of our coal customers, even in other states, a way to handle their CO2 that benefits Wyoming, in that we get to keep selling them coal. So I will have a couple amendments, but I do support the bill for those reasons.
Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too support the coal industry. Obviously, that's my neck of the woods. And I know and am aware that currently technologically, we're waiting on the ability to remove this CO2 and get it into a form that we can compress it and put it into sequestration. So we're a ways off before that is going to be helpful for the coal industry. So I just ask that we be cautious here. Me personally, I would like to hear from the Attorney General's office on this liability thing. It seems like it's a policy choice. You know, are we going to take on liability right off the bat as soon as possible, or are we going to wait until a later time? It seems that the default is that we are going to be liable. So not sure that we need to rush into this. And so I'll be a no on the bill.
Senator Cooper.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be in favor of this bill. Right here, we're looking at past legislation. We've been talking about this for 13 years. It's time for action, and I believe this bill is very carefully crafted. Is there still some questions as far as that could be answered by the Attorney General? I think so, yes. And I'd like to see those answers. But I think it's time to move this bill forward. We've got operators that are waiting on our action to move forward with their business plans. It's time for action. It's time for us to respond to the needs that are out there. And this bill does a very good job of doing that. Thank you.
Other comments, or are you ready for the question? Ready?
Mr. Chairman, I think there might be some amendments.
Oh, okay. All right, let's work through the bill then and see what amendments we have. Page 1, is there any amendments or changes to that? Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. 10. 11.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Page 10.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On line 10, there was a suggestion by DEQ that we restore the original language. I looked to Mr. Fuller to get,
10 or page 11?
my apologies. Let me see it. I think I might be, yeah, page 11.
Oh, excuse me.
My apologies. Page 11, line 10. I think I flipped that when I said it. Restoring the original language.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss. The reason, at least the thought behind including that was just to make clear that those, particularly those two sections concerning the transfer of liability would apply to a unitization order. I think that language is on page 12 as well. So, I'm not sure I have a strong opinion either way there, but certainly I think on page 12, that language, the point there of that language is to make crystal clear that this new language in the bill applies to both the sequestration, certificates and unitization orders.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and Brian, it was my understanding that DEQ did not see it as applying to a unitization order, and I honestly don't know why. So I guess I'd ask that question if we can bring DEQ back up. Let's try and address this and get this right if we need to amend it, if you'd rejoin us.
Okay, DEQ, it's page 11, line 10, and and page 12. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, regarding our recommendation to keep that reference to 3511-317, that's based on our understanding that the relevant statutes for unitization orders would be 314 through 317. However, we would defer to what the LSO determines to be correct there. It is not a deal breaker type comment for us, just something we wanted to point out.
Yes. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So your recommendation is not to do anything necessarily on line 10, page 11. However, go ahead over onto page 12, line 7, remove the word permit. Okay, thank you.
So are we all right on page 11?
Sounds like it. Looks like it. Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, DEQ. We might have a question on this next one too, though. On page 12, is there an amendment on page 12?
It's still.
Yes. Sure. And yeah, we don't need the previous page, but it does sound like page 12 is agreeable. And I'd ask again, Mr. Fuller, if he agrees with or has concerns about the idea of removing permit on line 7, page 12.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, in terms of just deleting the word permit, no, I don't see any concern with that.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I would move to strike permit or from line 7, page 12.
Is there a second? Seconded. Burkhart. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion, question? The amendment is to eliminate on line 7, page 12, permit or. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. That amendment carries. Anything else on page 12? Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, on page 16 and then carrying over to page 17, I would move an amendment to change the date on line 14 to October 31st, 2022. And then over on page 17, the effective date changed to January 1st, 2023. The department has indicated that they'd have no problem moving these dates up, and I feel we need to act soon on this.
Second.
And that gives us also at least one session in between now and the effective date. Two, actually.
Moved and second. Yes. Comments?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned about that. January 1st, 2023, we don't have a legislative session before. And I think that's the absolute minimum. If we don't have another legislative session before it goes, I mean, we've got the one coming up that we would pass this bill, but then there's not another one to address any concerns that are raised prior to implementation. I think it's essential that we have at least one more. And honestly, that's an aye or a no on the overall bill if we don't. I'm not going to support implementation prior to a second legislative session happening.
Other comments? Other comments? Other comments on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If acceptable to the second, then I would move that to May 1st of 2023 to give us that additional session.
Let's go July.
I know it's not a big move, but I think this is something we need to give some push to.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
what if we just go to July 1st, 2023? So in other words, drawing it
That's
back
acceptable,
1
Mr.
year.
Chairman, that's
Okay.
acceptable to me.
All right, thank you.
You guys are really agreeable, aren't you?
We try.
It's acceptable.
Okay, it is acceptable.
Okay, the amendment that we're talking about now is on page 16, changing line 14 to not later than October 31st, 2022. And on page 17, line 4 to changing that to July 1st, 2023.
Question.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. That motion, that amendment carries.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Senator Rothfuss.
Just a little cleanup on the bottom of page 16, line 22. You've got a lowercase Romanet on the class 6, so just a note to staff. Tweak that. That's all.
We really need to get that right.
It's
Staff.
important. It's really critical. Kind of game changing.
Game changer. That
Yeah, there
could
goes
be a-
primacy.
Yeah, there messes up everything we're trying to do. All right. We've been through the bill. We're ready for a vote. And some people won't let me do it as a voice vote. So would you call roll call, please?
Senator Bateman,
Excused.
Senator Cooper,
Aye.
Senator Rothfuss,
Aye.
Senator Wasserberger,
Excused.
Representative Bear,
No.
Representative Burkhart.
Aye.
Representative Duncan,
Aye.
Representative Air,
Aye.
Representative Gray.
No.
Representative Heiner.
Aye.
Representative Sherwood.
Aye.
Representative Western,
No.
Co-Chairman Greer,
Excused.
Chairman Anderson.
Aye.
That passes.
So that bill has passed. All of these, Representative Greer and I'll get together and decide which body's gonna take these.
Mr. Chairman?
We're not deciding today. Yes. Senator Rothfuss.
With me. Oh, your microphone?
Sir.
Can I take that from? Mr. Chairman, for the stakeholders, I think there still are some pieces of this legislation we just supported that can be improved and tweaked. And I would ask everyone that has concerns to bring solutions to those concerns to us rather than just a reiteration of those concerns. That would be very useful if we saw solutions that we can integrate into the puzzle and hopefully bring something stronger forward and get broader support. Thank you.
All right, good. We're ready for, no breaks in this meeting. We don't have any in here. If you need a break, just go ahead and take a break. Nuclear energy bill draft. I think we have, should have somebody on the Zoom from Rocky Mountain.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Dick Arlish. I'm the Vice President and General Counsel for Rocky Mountain Power.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. Rocky Mountain Power is supportive of this bill. We think it advances technical amendments that will be very helpful in facilitating our Natrium partnership in our demonstration project of the reactor. Examples of that are the clarification of the definition of advanced nuclear that appear throughout the bill, but the definition update is on pages 4 and 5. And clarification on the state permitting process being able to run concurrently with the NRC process. We think that this will also help facilitate move the project forward as we work through those regulatory hurdles simultaneously. We like the optionality that provides. And finally, clarification that a conversion of a coal plant to another sort of reliable dispatchable energy that's consistent with the reliable and dispatchable low carbon energy standards that are in 3710-101. It is not a retirement is important clarification for us. So with that, RMP supports this bill and would be happy to answer any other questions.
Any questions for Mr. Garlish? Any questions for Mr. Garlish? Yes, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, are we going to get a presentation on the bill or are we going through comment first or?
We could have a presentation on the bill if you want one. We could have staff run us through it. Please.
Yep.
And DQ, yeah, well, DQ's on the list here.
Mr. Chairman, I can run through the bill. That's fine.
Yep, okay.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, 22 LSO 174, you should have draft 0.4. This bill draft is based on language that Rocky Mountain Power and TerraPower provided to the committee at the August meeting. It amends provisions in statute concerning small modular nuclear reactors to expand that section's applicability to a new term of advanced nuclear reactor. It also amends definitions that are related to cost recovery and requirements for attempting to sell a retiring electric generation facility. So jumping in on page 2, line 14, this amendment just strikes the reference to small modular, replaces it with advanced. On page 2, line 19, this changes requirements for rules concerning the small modular nuclear reactors. So instead of applying to replace natural gas or coal generation with nuclear generation, the new language would provide that any public utility or person that owns a plant or facility that uses or previously used coal or natural gas may apply to install advanced nuclear reactors at or near the same site as the current plant. And that language near the same site is new language that is not currently in statute. So the current provision for these small modular reactors would be they have to be on the same site. Moving on to page 3, line 5, this is just another reference change. The new sentence on line 8 provides that nothing is construed to prohibit DEQ's permitting review from taking place concurrently with any review or permitting process from the Federal Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Page 3, line 14 just adds that any reports involving the advanced reactor that receives a permit under this section and that are sent to or from the NRC must also be submitted to the Department of Environmental Quality. Page 3, line 20 and line 23 are just reference changes. Same on page 4, line 1. Page 4, lines 3 and 4 just clarifies that nuclear waste on site can't be stored on site without meeting the NRC requirements, and then it adds the language that are applicable to that storage. Page 4, lines 8 to 11, this changes the definition of small modular reactor to define advanced nuclear reactor to mean a reactor that is an improvement over nuclear reactors that are in service before January 1, 2021, as evidenced by one or more of the following. And then there's an amendment to one of those provisions and then new provisions as well. So lines 13 through 17 one source of evidence could be a license or permit that's issued by the NRC. Page 4, line 19 would add qualification for or receipt of funding from the Department of Energy's Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program. Line 23, a low levelized cost of electricity. And then page 5, lines 2 through 9 adds other categories by which a reactor could qualify as an advanced reactor. It would be low waste yields and efficient fuel utilization, reliable performance, proliferation resistance, and thermal efficiency. Then page 5, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, these are amendments to statutes that concern requirements for attempting to sell a coal-fired generation facility slated for retirement. Page 5, lines 16 to 17. This would clarify that the definition of retired in 37.2.134, which is the closure or complete cessation of operations in an electric generation facility, would apply to this section in 37.2.133. Then on page 6, that definition of retired or retirement is amended to provide that a retirement shall not include a conversion in fuel source in whole or in part of an existing facility that will generate reliable and dispatchable electricity to customers. And the definition of retirement would not include any closure to enable the development of new resources to be located at or near the site of existing generation facilities that will generate reliable and dispatchable electricity to customers. Then moving on to page 7, this is the section that limits cost recoveries for those facilities that do not comply with 37.2.133 to use that definition of retirement that's on the previous page. Page 7, line 11 is just a reference change. The staff comment is language that was included in the proposed language, but was omitted from the bill draft given the committee's direction that there be no change to the tax. So that is just why that's in a staff comment.
And Mr. Fuller, that tax is the $5 per megawatt hour?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's correct, on the production.
Huh.
And then, Mr. Chairman, page 8 repeals a couple of paragraphs in 35.11.2101. The first is a requirement that the small modular reactor can't have a rated capacity that's more than the current rated capacity at the facility that the nuclear reactor would replace. 35.11.2101A3 that's repealed is the requirement that it's on the same site, and that's replaced in this bill draft with the same or near that site. And then the repealing language on page 9 is repealing part of the definition of small modular reactor, which is omitted in this draft, to remove the limits of 300 megawatt capacity and can be constructed and operated at a single site. Section 3 is just rulemaking authority for Environmental Quality Council, and the act would be effective July 1, 2022.
Yes, Representative Gray.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fuller, on page 2, I'm really interested in the statutory history here and what this bill is doing. And it's really troubling for me is So the original bill that was drafted, and this was like, I remember this very well, it was the month before COVID. They say, well, a nuclear facility can apply for that permit if they're currently using coal or natural gas. Well, now we're amending that to say, or previously used, which sort of sets up this trade where, which has been clear as part of the background on this, that they're going to close one facility and open another in sort of a one-for-one deal. And I just want to confirm that that is your interpretation of the statute, that we are amending that, you know, it uses that present tense uses. So it doesn't say there will be a closure, but now with this change, we're basically saying there's going to potentially be a closure tied to that. And that one word in the deletion of the two before it is I think very important. So I wanted to get your feeling on that language. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, I'm not sure I can comment on what would happen in terms of whether something would or would not close. I think what this language does, though, is make clear that, you know, maybe it is a facility that has already been closed. I'm not sure, but, you know, a facility that, let's say, uses a different source of electricity, but at one point previously used coal or natural gas, would seem to qualify as a site where a reactor could be placed.
I'm reading that differently than you're reading it. I'm reading it that it says it currently uses or previously used. So it could be using natural gas or coal right now or did in the past. So maybe I'm misreading that. You're seeing something else.
Mr. Chairman, I think what that means is that whereas in the previous statute, they could apply for the permit and then do a closure, now they can close it and still apply for the permit. And so I do think it changes the meaning of that, in my opinion.
Okay, any other questions of staff? Yes, Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fuller, I'm looking on page 5, line 11. It talks about exemption from our utility purchase requirements for a closure of a coal-fired power plant. And we changed that on the next page under Romanet B on line 11 says any closure to enable the development of new resources. So basically, the way I'm seeing this, and I may be wrong, if a utility decides they're going to close a coal-fired power plant and put some solar panels or a wind turbine next to it, then they're exempt from offering that coal-fired power plant for sale to other entities. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, you know, I think that's an arguable reading of that language. You know, the only thing I would note is that last clause on lines 13 and 14, you know, that says that will generate reliable and dispatchable electricity to customers. And, you know, those terms are defined elsewhere in statute, particularly in Chapter 18. I believe that was House Bill 200 from either 2020 or 2021. I don't recall. But those terms are not defined in these sections. And so I think at that point, it would basically be left to the Public Service Commission to interpret what that means for promulgating, you know, or updating their rules related to 37.2, 133 and 117.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it doesn't necessarily, Mr. Fuller, it doesn't necessarily need to be as wind or solar, but if what this essentially does is circumvent what we did put in place during prior sessions to require a utility to offer a coal-fired power plant for sale before they close it down. They could circumvent that by putting some small modular nuclear plant next door and then close down the coal-fired power plant without ever offering it to sale to another entity. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, I think that's a fair reading. And could be a possible impact of that language.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 4, Mr. Fuller, page 3 and page 4, this clause about the waste, which is being revised. So it's very clear that once they meet the requirements of the NRC, that they are going to be storing, that they are going to have the statutory authority to store the waste, but who's going to be determining if they meet those requirements? Because the way I read it is, it's really not going to be up to the DEQ to determine if they're meeting those requirements. Presumably, maybe the NRC would get involved, but this is state statute. So you'd think you'd have some mechanism to execute to confirm that. And drafting this, is it assumed, or is it just that they're going to be able to determine whether they meet the NRC requirements?
Mr. Fuller?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, a couple of notes. First, my understanding is the Nuclear Regulatory Commission would regulate the storage. The other thing I would note is there is a article in the Environmental Quality Act that does concern the storage of radioactive waste that my understanding would apply to these facilities. The change here that's on page 4, lines 3 and 4, I guess I see that as somewhat narrowing in terms of it limits the to meeting only the requirements that are applicable to that storage. I'm not sure exactly what that does, other than it was included in the draft language that was provided to the committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
If I might, I would suggest that we allow DEQ to give their portion of the testimony. And I think some of these questions can be answered by them.
Yes, Representative Gray.
More question. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Fuller, just want to understand the legislative history on this. My memory is that it was TerraPower and Rocky Mountain Power that came in with these requested amendments. Just want to make sure what that communication was. So they sort of worked with the LSO to draft the bill. Was that? Just want to understand the legislative history.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, in terms of the drafting, this follows the language that was provided to the committee at the August meeting.
Yeah. Okay, shall we move to DEQ and see what else they can fill in?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And our presentation, I think will address some of these questions that have been raised. They're good questions, things that we've thought about as we've reviewed the proposed bill. What I'd like to do first, if I could, is just give a little bit of a background on Article 15 and Article 21, because they are tied together and they are relevant, I think, for the discussion. So first off, there are 3 articles in the Environmental Quality Act that relate to either uranium or nuclear reactors or storage. The first is Article 20, which is the uranium recovery program, which we are an agreement state with the NRC for specific actions. And I just wanted to bring that one or call that one out because it's not relevant to the discussion, but there may have been some question as to being an agreement state, how does that play into it? And it really doesn't in the discussion that we're having on Article 21. Article 15 is radioactive waste storage facilities, as Mr. Fuller pointed out. And then Article 21 relates to small modular nuclear reactors, which the bill would change that to advanced reactors. As has been talked about, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has the authority for licensing nuclear reactors per the Atomic Energy Act of 1954, and the state cannot enter into an agreement state status with NRC for nuclear reactors. That is something that is not permitted under the Atomic Energy Act. So let's talk about Article 15 first. Article 15 was adopted back in 1995 to address the interest in temporary storage, I think the official term is interim storage of spent nuclear fuel. It's what's relevant in Article 15, and Article 15 is the process, originally the process for permitting storage of spent nuclear fuel from outside the state. So not from a nuclear reactor within the state, but from all the other locations that generate that waste. Until 2013. In 2013, there was a revision to Article 15. 1506E in particular provides that there's an automatic legislative approval if waste is produced by a nuclear power generation facility operating within the state of Wyoming, such as what's being proposed with the Natrium facility would meet that criteria, and would still, but the entity would still need to comply with the other provisions of the Article 15, specifically 1502 through 1504, before the DEQ can authorize siting and construction of the facility. And so what I'm talking about here is that, you know, when TerraPower and PacifiCorp came in with their proposed Natrium facility, that is going to be subject currently under Article 15 to the provisions of Article 15, meaning that they will have to go through a process of permitting for the storage, not for the reactor itself, for the storage of the spent nuclear waste. And that may become an issue with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission because we cannot preempt the authority of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So let me just quickly lay out for you what's involved with the process under Article 15 that would be applicable here. 1502 is the application process, and that includes an application fee. Right now, that application fee is $863,000. And it could be more, but it's to cover the cost of the agency to review well, actually, we would prepare a report under 1503. We would take the application, we would prepare a report, we would examine environmental, social, and economic impacts. We would develop a benefits agreement with the applicant and make recommendations, a recommendation from the alternatives presented. 1504 would be the public review and public hearings. And then after the public hearings, we would issue a permit for no longer than 40 years unless extended by the legislature. And that action is not appealable to the Environmental Quality Council. And in addition, the requirements of the Industrial Siting Act are not applicable. So an entity would be exempt from the Industrial Siting Act under Article 15. So that's Article 15 in the process there. Article 21 currently addresses the small modular reactors and requires development of rules. Well, those rules would include ensuring that the facility is replacing coal or natural gas of up to the existing rated capacity. It's to be located on the same site. No state permit. There is no state permit until the permit to construct and operate is issued by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And then reports, notifications, and violations to and from the NRC by the operator would also have to be submitted to the DEQ. There would be no storage of spent nuclear fuel or high-level radioactive waste without meeting the requirements of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And nothing in the act affects the NRC authority. Industrial Siting Act in this instance does apply to the extent that it doesn't interfere or contradict or duplicate anything that's required by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Right now, all of this is relevant. There's a reason I'm bringing this up is we received a letter from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in August of 2021. expressing concern with the potential preemption that could occur from both Article 15 and Article 21 as currently written. And I have two excerpts that I'll just share with you from that letter. I'm not sure if the whole committee has seen that letter, but let me just share these two excerpts. Section 274C of the Atomic Energy Act requires the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to retain authority and responsibility with respect to regulation of the construction and operation of any production or utilization facility. This would include a small modular nuclear reactor, and based on conversations here recently that we had, it would also apply to the advanced nuclear reactors. And the second excerpt is Articles 15 and 21 of the legislation raise potential preemption concerns because they appear to be motivated by concerns for radiological safety and may present an obstacle to the NRC's regulation of production or utilization facilities or spent fuel storage facilities in the state of Wyoming. So that's what was part of the letter that was provided to us by the NRC. Mr. Fuller's walked through the draft bill, so I won't do that, but I will point out just a few things that are pertinent here in the discussion. On page 2, line 10, paragraph A, Romanet 1, the language is an entity may apply for a permit, but they don't have to apply for a permit. Though it would be the way that I would read that. It doesn't say shall, it says may. So they have the option on whether or not they want to apply to install an advanced nuclear reactor at or near the same site as the current plant, property, or facility. And this draft changes the language from at the same site to at or near, something that would have to be defined by rule, I presume.
Director, help me with that. Where are you on page 2, did you say?
Page 2, line 10.
And there was a may in there?
Page 2, line 22.
What line is
I'm
it?
not seeing that.
Page 2, line 22.
Line 22?
Oh, line
Sorry.
22. I thought you said line 10.
Yeah, I did. I misspoke. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And so there are some other questions that may arise on some of these changes. Would point out, and I think Mr. Fuller pointed out that Romanets 2 and 3 of the existing statute would be rescinded. So the rated capacity question, right now it's limited to 300 megawatts, I believe, of generation. That's how it was defined for a small modular. That would go away. And so then any size of an advanced nuclear reactor would be subject to these provisions. We talk about, let's see, page 3, line 4 mentions that the permit shall not be issued until the NRC issues a license or permit to construct and operate, recognizing that we can't issue a permit that would contradict the NRC. And then on page 3, line 20, paragraph B suggests that no storage, or says that no storage of spent nuclear fuel on site until NRC requirements are met that are applicable to the storage. This is where Article 15, 1506E in particular comes in. 1506E pertains to storage of spent nuclear fuel associated with a reactor within the state of Wyoming. And so you've got two provisions here that I think are applicable. You can't have storage until the NRC requirements are met, but you also have requirements of the state that would then create a preemption issue with the NRC. That's the point behind that. Then I'll jump down to paragraph E on page, I don't know what page that's on. Paragraph E of the bill says the Industrial Siting Act applies to the extent provisions do not interfere with, contradict, or duplicate the NRC. And I think there aren't many that wouldn't interfere. The thing that jumps out that wouldn't interfere would be the payment of impact assistance to local communities. But that would be covered in Article 15 if that were to apply. So where that gets us is that it raises the question is what is the objective or the purpose of Article 21? When you look at the rulemaking process, and we've done that, we've got a draft rule for the existing statute as it is, but we haven't pulled the trigger on that yet. But essentially what you gain from this process is having the reports that are submitted to and from the NRC from the operator copied to the agency. That information is already publicly available. So again, I question what the value of Article 21 is, what the purpose and objective is. And if it's beyond that, it's not very clear from our perspective. So we also have the Natrium facility is subject currently to 1506E, but not Article 21. If the changes that are proposed here in this bill were to move forward, the Natrium facility would be subject to both Article 15 and Article 21. Keeping in mind that we can't preempt the actions of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, we can, however, participate in the process as a cooperating agency, as we do under NEPA. So we would have involvement and we would have some say. Things like air quality, water quality, groundwater would all still fall within the state's jurisdiction. So, because we have primacy for those programs. So in summary, in following the advice of Senator Rothfuss, I have a solution. Our recommendation is because we can't preempt the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, it may make more sense to eliminate entirely Article 21 and modify Article 1506E specifically in such a way that provides information on jobs created, taxes generated, benefits from the job training, education, communication systems, monitoring and security systems, and provide copies of all the reports, notifications, and violations to and from the NRC. And then eliminate portions of Article 1506E that would cause preemption issues with the NRC. If we did that, we would likely eliminate the NRC preemption concerns and issues and still incorporate everything that's in Article 21 into Article 15. So with that, we'll stop and take any questions.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This exchange is really interesting with the federal government. So are they arguing, I mean, the way I always interpreted this bill is it would be a two-step process, right? That first the NRC would need to approve, and this bill was establishing a procedure for then the state to approve. So NRC is arguing that they can just approve it and then they can put anything in any state and preempt any ability for the state to have a second bite at the apple, if you will, and reject an approval of the NRC on a reactor.
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, yeah, we had a conversation with the NRC actually yesterday, and they'll tell you with each question it depends, and it does really, but what they're saying is they have authority under the Atomic Energy Act to license the construction and operation of nuclear reactors. We can have our separate process, but we can't, at the end of the day, say, well, we don't want the spent nuclear fuel in this location. We want it over here, or we want a buffer around that facility of X. We can't do that because we're prevented by the Atomic Energy Act from doing that. What we can do is participate in the process and let our comments be known through the process like we do with NEPA actions. But we can't do anything that would interfere with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's authority or preempt their authority over that facility. The exception, and it's not really an exception, but when you look at Article 15 is for the siting of spent nuclear fuel facilities on an interim basis from waste material that's coming in from another state. We do have more flexibility there to weigh in into that process. So I don't know if that helps you or not, but.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Just to be clear here, so if the NRC says yes, can we say no to the building period? I understand we can't give, is that NRC's position?
NRC's position is essentially that they have the authority and the sole authority to related to nuclear reactors and the spent nuclear fuel associated with that reactor. So we could have a permitting process, but the question is, what do you gain? Because you can't do anything different than what the NRC is doing, and you can't challenge their decisions. I mean, you can comment on, but we can't require more than what or less of what the NRC is requiring.
Follow up?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Well, you could say no, right? I mean, you could just say no on the permit. So then they don't have a state permit, correct? And so, I mean, I guess you think of it as a two-pronged process. NRC says yes, then they come to the state, we say no. What happens then?
Then you go into litigation, and then we would be litigating the authority of the NRC.
Senator Rothfuss, you had a comment?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Let's try. There we go. Oh, it worked now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to get into Representative Gray's discussion a little bit further as far as what we can and can't do. So the license to build the facility is obviously entirely under the purview of the NRC. But if we had a statutory proclamation that there would be no nuclear facilities built in the state of Wyoming, for example, then they would not license a utility over the top of that statute, as I understand it. Although even that, you've got some circumstances where we've seen lawsuits there, but I do think that ended up being the outcome in most of those, is that they have not forced a nuclear facility over the top of statutes to the contrary in any state, to my knowledge. Am I correct in that?
Mr. Chairman, I believe you're correct in that, and I'm not aware of where they have cited a nuclear reactor that would conflict with what you've said.
Other questions? Other questions? Hearing none. Oh, question? Yes, Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Parfit, I refer to page 4, where it talks about qualifications to be an advanced nuclear reactor. And we go down to paragraph E, F, G, H, and J. It looks like these are placeholders, but there's no real definition or granularity there. Are those just placeholders for now that we need to fill in the blanks, or is this the way it was intended to be written?
So, Mr. Chairman, First off, I'll say I can't speak to what the intent was because we didn't write the bill. This wasn't our draft language, but your point is well taken in terms of the granularity. We observed that as well, and my understanding is that we would have to, through the rulemaking process, put definition around each of those terms.
Other questions? Other questions? Hearing none, thank you. Thank you for your input. We have one other person that I didn't list. Jeff Navin with TerraPower. Is he on the Zoom? Can we
Yes,
get
I am,
him
Mr.
on,
Chairman.
please?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the members of the committee for allowing TerraPower to be here with you today. It's good to see you again. We are grateful for the opportunity to share our thoughts on this bill. We are supportive of what the bill is intending to do, and wanted to just share thoughts on a couple of the items. I think that when the legislature passed this current language a few years ago, the intention was to do what we are trying to do, which is to find an opportunity to replace some of the economic opportunity and jobs at a thermal plant that's slated to be retired. That's what we're doing near the Naughton plant in Kemmerer. That said, when the current law was drafted, this reactor had not been publicly announced. We do require a few changes in order to be able to build the reactor in Wyoming. Most importantly, we haven't talked much about this, but the current law limits the size of new reactors to 300 megawatts. The Natrium reactor has a nameplate capacity of 345 megawatts. And we have an integrated energy storage system attached to that can store up to 500 megawatts of power for up to 5.5 hours. And so the proposed revision would allow Natrium and other advanced reactors that have nameplate capacities above 300 to be built in the state. Secondly, the at or near change is important for us as well. As we announced a few weeks ago, we've selected the Kemmerer site, or the Naughton plant near Kemmerer as where we're going to build our plant. But we're not going to build it directly on top of where the coal plant is for a number of reasons. One, there's a coal plant there. Secondly, there's a coal mine adjacent to that facility that has blasting operations. And so for our ability to get the plant licensed by the NRC, we have to move it down the road a little bit. And just to ensure clarity that, the definition of at, this gives us a little more flexibility as to this specific location of where we will build the plant. I would also just, if I could, just touch briefly on the conversation around the $5 megawatt hour tax. Our understanding of the current law is that because this is a demonstration facility, we would not be subject to the $5 megawatt hour tax. But that said, there are additional sites, that we looked at through this process that we think could be very good sites for future advanced nuclear reactors, and making it possible for developers like us to consider building those plants at those sites would be something I think would be advantageous. I believe Wyoming is the only state that has a separate tax on nuclear energy. And obviously, taxes do serve as a deterrent to investment and to decisions about where to site facilities. So we would ask the committee to consider making it easier for us to potentially build future plants, or other developers to build those future plants, or for the utility to consider nuclear as they're looking at opportunities to expand their generation capacity. Again, very appreciative of everything that the committee has done. We continue to have a very, very warm welcome in the state of Wyoming, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you, Mr. Chairman, or the committee may have.
Questions? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the concerns I've heard is that part of the selection of the Kemmerer facility site was to try to be able to have a source of labor in Utah. So I wanted to ask you, I mean, what are the assurances that this is going to be a full-time workforce within the state of Wyoming and not just sort of just a situation where individuals are coming in from Utah?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Gray, for the question. One of the things that we found at all of the sites that we looked at is the availability of a highly trained energy workforce that, currently operating a coal plant could, walk down the road and come to work for us. We think that the vast majority of the workers at that coal plant can come and operate the Natrium plant. Obviously, there will be a very small number of highly specialized jobs. For example, will be required to have a certified nuclear operator on site. And, I don't know if there are any in Kemmerer, but we do think that the workers at the Naughton plant, by the time our plant is built, will be able to transfer those skills. Where there are needs for skills upgrades, we're talking to the State Workforce Development Agency about ensuring that we put some programs in place, partnering with community colleges and others to have those skill upgrades. But we think that the workforce that's currently in Kemmerer is more than capable of operating our plant effectively for many decades to come. In addition, not directly related to your question, Representative Gray, but we are in the process of putting together a set of events. The first one will probably be in the next few weeks about identifying opportunities for Wyoming businesses that want to provide goods, services, parts of the supply chain, et cetera, to the project. And we are beginning that engagement to ensure that not only the workers in Kemmerer, but many of the small, medium, and large-sized businesses throughout the state of Wyoming that want to participate as suppliers to the project have an opportunity to do so as well.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Navin, appreciate you being here. The Kemmerer Natrium plant is actually in the area that I represent, and I'm very excited about that. And we have tremendous community support. We've ran a survey and it was overwhelming how much the community supports this organization and this demonstration plant. Question for you though is, it is a demonstration plant to demonstrate commercial viability. And as the statute tax exemption is right now, you would be exempt from the $5 while it's a demonstration plant. But once it becomes commercially viable, then I would envision it would begin paying those taxes. My question to you is, at what point would it be determined it is commercially viable, and how long do you think that would take?
Thank you for Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. Our reading is that the plant would be considered the demonstration plant throughout its life because it's the first of a kind plant that would be demonstrating the commercial viability of the technology. My reading of the statute is not that there would be a period of time where it would flip over. The way that we're envisioning this project is that we will construct it over the next 7 years. TerraPower will be the project manager overseeing that construction, working with our EPC. We will, own, if you will, both legally own and from a project's perspective, own the development of that plant. Once we get the plant fully licensed and it's operational, we would then turn that plant over to Rocky Mountain Power to operate for the next number of decades. The plant life that we are getting the license for will be 60 years, as we're seeing now throughout the country. Many of those nuclear reactor licenses can be extended for an additional 20 years. So we view this as the demonstration of a commercial technology, meaning once we build the plant, it'll be a commercially operating plant, and we would turn it over to the utility after that point. Sort of by definition, the plant becomes commercial as soon as it starts selling power. So the way that I read the statute, and again, others may have a different opinion, you wouldn't have a tax on something that you wouldn't be selling. So the exemption from taxation, the way that we read it, would extend to the life of the plant.
Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So from your response, Mr. Nevin, you're assuming, from what I'm understanding, is you're assuming for the life of this project, possibly 60 years, it would be tax exempt. Is that correct?
That's the way that I read the statute. Yes, sir.
Other questions? I think there it is. Other questions? Other questions? For Mr. Nevin? No? Mr. Nevin, thank you for being here. Thank you for participating with us. And we'll move on to the public comment area. Is there any public comment? Yeah, come forward. Right after this speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Travis Detai with the Wyoming Mining Association. In support of the bill, the TerraPower project represents a very real opportunity to get the United States back on the nuclear playing field. We have received some assurances from TerraPower that not with this first demonstration reactor, but with reactor number 2, 3, 5, 10, 100, they intend to use some domestic uranium, and that domestic uranium will come from Wyoming. And it's a real opportunity to rebuild our uranium industry into a real robust industry and create jobs and revenue. And so we are supportive of the bill.
Questions for Mr. Detai? Questions for Mr. Detai? Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Detai.
I'm off the hook. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Can I distribute these to her to pass around? It's petitions. Excuse me, this is my first time and I'm afraid, I'm a little nervous, so.
State your name
Yes,
and
sir.
then.
Thank you,
state your-
Chairman. Good morning, Chairman. My name is Kathy Klein from Dayton, Wyoming, Sheridan County. I have lived in the Dayton area for 17 years. My husband and I came from Washington State for a better life and opportunity that Wyoming has provided for us. This is my first time, as I said, speaking in a public forum, so I appreciate your time this morning. I would like to discuss the concerns I have with the demonstrational reactors coming to Wyoming. My concerns for Wyoming are like reliving a bad history of my small community that I lived in, Grays Harbor County, and the ambitious project in 1977 and 83 that came to our community through the Washington Public Power Supply System, also known as WHOOPS. Promised us better jobs and community development to a once prosperous fishing and logging community. But what we got by 1983 was a default of $2.25 billion in bonds by the Bechtel Corporation and $961 million defaulted in bonds by GE. 1 out of 5 of the reactors, which are B reactors, water-fired, coal-fired reactors, was not completed due to cost overruns, shortages of money that was misappropriated. Then in 1989 to 2011, DOE and the EPA entered into a tri-party agreement which set targets of a milestone cleanup at the Hanford Reservation in Washington State. At the time of decommissioning the reactors, 53 million gallons of high-level radioactive storage waste of 177 storage tanks breached into the Columbia River water supply. And this was of uranium and technetium 99. The 640 gallons of salt cake sludge had breached one of the 14 single cell tanks that Bechtel Corporation constructed. The Natrium reactors are demonstrational, unproven, and the parties that are associated with these projects have the same name and rebranded image from the past. However, it has been stated that TerraPower is using new technologies. I refer to December 31st, 2021. Mr. Bill Gates has publicly announced his partnership with Japan Atomic Energy and Mitsubishi Energies. I refer to the history of these sodium-cooled reactors. 1995, sodium leak and fire. 2010, in vessel transfer falling accidents. And we all know 2011 Fukushima. 2012, sodium heater failures. And 2013, the JEA omitted safety inspections and further incidents. My questions, after all reviewed, sir, this morning, Chairman, is our state prepared for emergency training of EMS? Wyoming that has small town volunteers that are EMS. I was one for 6 years. Are the community hospitals trained for nuclear exposure? Is the Department of Transportation, which I have been watching, prepared to meet these goals of radioactive material that will be crossing our treacherous highways, which they've stated was going to be Interstate 80? Is Wyoming's budget prepared to pay $150 to $200 million to replace just one fuel rod every 18 months? If we are increasing Wyoming's taxes, what is the future cost of our budget for the next 40 to 60 years? After speaking to David Miller, one of the committee members of HB 74 Monday, I was taken back when he stated that no one has died from nuclear power. Well, I want to tell you, my life has been different, that I have lost 3 generations due to exposure to farmland, exposure to nuclear reactor material in Idaho State, which is considered downwinders. So I feel that we have not met the technology and science to move ahead. I see that there is progress, but the promises are not the same as what the original bill led. And I just feel that I am reliving my history over again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kathy.
Yes,
Yes,
yes, sir.
Is there questions for Kathy?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Klein. I appreciate your coming here and providing testimony. I did just want to ask if you're aware that for this demonstration project, there are 0 state dollars and the state is not financially liable in any way for this project. So I understand the concerns that you lay out for regulated utilities taking on in the past, and certainly you speak of experience for this nuclear projects that ended up leaving it to the ratepayers. With this being a joint endeavor between a private corporation, the Department of Energy, and while the state is overseeing it effectively to some degree, although we just heard we don't have a heck of a lot of authority in overseeing it, that financial liability isn't there. So I was wondering what your thoughts are on that approach and the differences that are there.
I am aware that of the financial, what I was talking about, concerns of the financial that came to our community, that bankrupted our community, was as the defaults and they changed our industry of fishing and logging. They actually desecrated and took away the rights and changed the mobility of how we could proceed with our businesses. And it changed and modified the earnings of family incomes for our small businesses. I am a small business owner, so I am very aware of that. And I'd hate to see things that would like that change to our community. But the things that changed were more publicly that were not included in what they would cover, was the additional cost for community education, which they said that they would be helping. But afterwards, how do we relocate businesses that are no longer viable for us here? How that would change when you modify to something that is modifying into a different industry. we've lost our industry. Now, I do follow what we're trying to do in Wyoming as a small business person, but we don't have a lot of people knocking down the doors, creating new industries. And I believe that we do have the opportunity for economic development in our communities, but I just don't see it there in equal viability.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, follow up,
Well,
yes.
And on that point, which I think is it's a very sound point, the importance of the economic diversification and the implications for businesses and the change in the business dynamic. One of the factors of this project that I think generates enthusiasm, particularly for the people in the community where it's being located, is the fact that there is a tremendous disconnection in their community due to the pending shutdowns of their reactors that currently exist. And this project, part of the intent is to try to provide ongoing and continuing jobs and employment and basically maintain that way of life for this community that, by my understanding, is strongly supportive of it. So I guess I'm wondering, if the mission, if the objective of this select committee in the legislature, standing committee in the legislature, is to try to address exactly the needs you say, and we see exactly the type of crisis you're describing in a community where, with Naughton reactors being scheduled to be shut down, we're looking for alternatives for them. And this keeps that way of life sustained moving forward if the project is successful. I mean, wouldn't that be an argument effectively in favor of supporting this project?
Yes, yes, I agree that it can be, but I have lived where you have to get past the hurdles of additional cost. In Georgia, their reactors are far over budget. Now, their reactors are going to be in the same aspect of these. They're struggling now. And it is bleeding into the communities, when you're over budgeted. The contractors that they bring in, that they brought into Washington State, they misappropriated the funds. Now, when you default on your bonds, it does come back to the taxpayers. So as you are aware that, yes, it is not our money, but it is our money when it is involving the taxpayers that we have to pay more in taxes on bond defaults.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, on that, I just kind of as a last point, I've been very carefully scrutinizing this project. And one of the things that I feel is critical is that we not extend our credits, our taxpayers' financial obligations to it, that we are not the issuers or purchasers of the bonds, and that we have financial independence from the demonstration project, which to my knowledge is still the case. So, a little bit ironically, if the project goes dramatically over budget at this point, and it's Department of Energy and the company that are paying the bills, I just hope they pay sales tax in Kemmerer.
Well, you're just saying right now that as a demonstration, Mr. Miller told us Monday that we don't have to worry, that we'll have this $5 tax. But now they're saying no, because as a demonstration, we've lost revenue now, because most of our power with these reactors on the new grid that they're going to be creating will be going outside of Wyoming State. You're going to be powering 93 to I don't know how many resources outside of Wyoming. So that's my point, is where's the economic fortification for Wyoming?
And
concerns?
Mr. Chairman, on that point, I think there is some lack of clarity in this discussion about tax exemptions. So there is a $5 per megawatt hour tax that is explicit on nuclear power that this is exempt from. There is no exemption for this project from all the rest of the taxes that a traditional facility would pay. So you can imagine the assessed valuation of this facility going into the property tax for the county, and then that property tax paying to help our schools stay open. You can imagine that if the power is consumed in the state of Wyoming, that it would still be taxable like any other power that's generated within the state. That's a unique $5 per megawatt hour for nuclear, which is similar to the $1 per megawatt hour for wind, which are over and on top of other taxation. And I don't know if you were aware that we weren't fully exempting them or not, but I think this conversation is a little unclear. And I hope that's helpful.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want the committee to note that Ms. Klein is actually a constituent of mine, and thanks for coming down to Casper.
Thank you.
Kathy, your knowledge of what went on in Washington is part of what we look at of the West Coast, of what they do and what we don't want to do and how we want to protect ourselves. And consequently, this bill and others protect us incredibly from any of those failures like you've had on the West Coast. One of the questions you asked was, are we prepared to put up 150 million to change the rods out of the facility? No, we're not. And we do not have any responsibility for doing that. The state will not be doing that. That's strictly up to the private enterprise to do that. So we're not prepared with 150 million, and we won't expend it for changing their rods out. So we appreciate everything you went through in Washington and the West Coast so we could learn what not to do. And we're prepared to make sure the state is clear and clean on that. Thank you.
Chairman.
Any
Thanks
other
for the
questions for
clarification.
Kathy?
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, yes, Senator Cooper.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, I had the opportunity, I guess is the right word, to traveling back to Wyoming earlier this week to drive past Decker Coal, which is your neighbor. Decker's completely shut down. A lot of those miners, the truck drivers, the railroad people, they were your neighbors.
Yes, they are.
They were your, do you have any thoughts on where we need to go other than nuclear or hydrogen or the advancement of decarbonizing our energy stream to replace these jobs? I mean, you're obviously against nuclear power. So what alternatives are you suggesting for the jobs, for the advancement of our energy hub, if you will, in Wyoming? We need to continue to be an energy provider for the West. We need to be the innovators. If it isn't nuclear or hydrogen or one of those, what is it? And I think that the closure of Decker is a real signal of what's coming across the state. Millions of dollars worth of infrastructure sitting there, railroad, mines, tipples. It's a ghost town. And I don't see alternatives to reaching out and looking for better ways to decarbonize our energy and grow into the future. I was wondering if you had any comments on that, ma'am.
Kathy, would you like to address that, please?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Chairman. I have 30 years of transportation experience. That's what my industry is. And I appreciate Wyoming's resources because we utilize them in our trucking company. So I am aware of it. Bentonite is my bread and butter. So with your question, sir, and yes, the neighbors are my neighbors and they are concerned. And I come from those towns that they share the same concern. And I do believe I'm not totally against nuclear. I am saying that we need to really evaluate our resources as not losing our power for our natural resources. That's what my concern is, that we still maintain our natural resources, because Wyoming, that's why we're here. That's what my opportunity was coming here, is because we have a benefit to continue but not to lose our control of our natural resources. So as far as jobs, I don't think, in my opinion, that we don't have to be completely outside of the resources. There are in the YDAC facility that was a demonstrational, there's hydrogen. That is a very viable resource that we can transition to. It's already been proven through the University of Wyoming that the demonstration is very viable. There is no breaching. They've already experienced that. I know in the industry of transportation that if you're getting out of diesel fuel in the industry, then like European countries, they do natural gas and hydrogen vehicles. I don't think that we're eliminating ourselves out of the industry. I think that we need to transition viably and responsibly and cautiously. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Thank you. Any other questions for Kathy Klein?
Thank
Nope.
you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And one more in the back there. Oh, another one back there. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I've been here listening to this conversation, and I want to commend the committee for, excuse me. My name is Wally Walski. I'm from Goshen County. I'm here representing Glenrock Power. I've listened to your conversations up here and discussions, and I appreciate everything that's been said. I just have one comment, and that would be, I'd like to urge the committee to ensure that the provisions of this new proposed bill does not diminish the intent of the language that has already been set forth in Senate File 159 and Senate File or House Bill 200. That's my only comment, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Yes, Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wally, appreciate you being here, and this was brought up before, but where it talks about any closure to enable the development of new resources makes it exempt from that Senate File 159. Is that, would it be better to take that clause out of there?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, I'm not here suggesting that you what to do and what not to do. The point I'm trying to make is I would hate for something to be in conflict with something that's already on the books. In my opinion, that looks like that would be in conflict, but I think it needs to be studied a little bit further. Thank you, sir.
Other questions for Wally? Other questions? Thank you, Wally. Thank you for being brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
We get quite a few people that want to speak here, it looks like. Are there quite a few for or against? Or is everybody that's going to speak is going to be against it? But if you're against it, hold your hand up, please. And are you all going to speak? If you're going to speak, let's hold the comments to 2 to 3 minutes then. If that last one was 20 minutes and we don't have time for that. So hold your comments to 2 or 3 minutes if you can,
All right.
please.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I am Tucker Lane, and I do not like this plant because all the waste will ruin all of the wildlife, and I love hunting them and seeing them. And so I would not agree with this plant. And I it will kill all of the wildlife from the waste. And
Good, good. Okay. All right. Thanks,
Thank you.
Tucker. Thanks. Any
Great
questions
job,
for Tucker?
Thank you.
Wait a,
Do you want to? Yeah.
wait. We got a question here,
Mr.
Tucker.
Chairman, Tucker, I just was curious what your favorite animal to hunt was.
I like hunting deer with my dad.
Good job. Good job. Thank you. Oh, one more question. One more question, Tucker.
Tucker, how old are you? I'm impressed.
I'm 11.
You're a little younger than Miss Representative Heiner.
But I was that good too.
Oh, yeah. You think you were. Who else wants to speak, please? I think we had one over here and one over here. Oh, and one back here. Okay, come on up. Yeah, yeah. State your name and try to hold it down to 2 or 3 minutes if you can.
Mr. Chair, and all those that are here today at this hearing, thank you for your time. My name is Susan Porden. I live in Ranchester, Wyoming. I'm from Sheridan County, and I'm a precinct committee woman representing precinct 17-2. It's pretty shocked at the changes that are in this bill now. The biggest shock is going from the term small modular to advanced. I'd like to know if everybody on this committee knows that the exact differences between the two. Small modular gave us all the impression that this would be a little tiny plant that came in and was put near the closing plant. Advanced nuclear changes the language, which was 300 megawatts to 345, but now advanced, I think, makes it go even higher. That is a concern to me. Waste is now going to be able to be stored on site based on this, that, or the other thing. And waste is a huge issue here. That's our hurdle. That's what all of us citizens, that's you, we need to know that we're not going to wake up one day and slowly start decaying from nuclear waste. I don't see how we could pass this bill until that's really addressed and looked into. The other thing that concerns me now, just here, I mean, I came here because we're promised jobs, yet I'm wondering from Representative Reiner, you say this is well received in your community. Kemmerer is a town of about 300 people, and I wonder how many jobs they'll actually create. Excuse me? Okay, my apologies, 3,000 plus or minus, okay. So how many hearings have been there, and were there 5 people in your hearings? 25, 200, was the whole town there? So I just want to know kind of about that. And then last but not least is suddenly, and the reason this bill came about was to help with the revenues of our state. And we have budget screams all the time. And now for the next 60 years, we're not going to collect a dime. And also, if I read in here right, is TerraPowers asking us to help pay for some of the cleanup of some of these coal sites? So I just didn't know if I misinterpreted it. Anyway, I just want to read one thing and then I'm done. You know, if somebody came to me and said, I want to put a demonstrational, untested, first of its kind nuclear reactor right by your house, I would tell them, oh, hell no. It's like the worst sales pitch ever. So this is our future. This is our lives. And if we don't have these things more clearly defined, I think you have to oppose it today, especially given the information we just heard from the gentleman from the DEQ. So until these things are addressed, I say, let's take our time and let's make sure we're all safe, that we are everybody's gonna make a little money, that we have the jobs, that we know what the jobs are. The other thing I heard is it's modular and all the pieces are coming from a foreign country. So I wonder how that equates to 2,000 to 3,000 jobs. Temporary jobs is the term they use. Anyway, that's the end of my question. And I sincerely thank you all for your time today and for everything you do.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Do we have any response to her questions? Yes, go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would address a couple of them quickly. On the waste storage question, nuclear waste is required to be short-term to intermediate term stored in the nuclear facility by the NRC. So every reactor in the country is currently storing every bit of nuclear material really that's been generated at that facility. The long-term storage strategy was based on the Yucca Mountain project, which would have been the permanent geological repository for it, but that project has effectively, for various reasons, been put on hold. So the idea that there's anything new or that we're doing anything different with regard to the storage of nuclear material at this proposed facility, our statutes, our legislation have nothing to do with that. We couldn't legislate around that if we wanted to. Other than banning it, which is in our power, but that would basically mean that there would be no facility. So all of the details, if there is a facility, will be entirely and completely regulated based on the NRC's requirements, and we don't have say over that. But I'll say that those requirements are really, really, really rigorous. And again, every nuclear facility in the country, to my knowledge right now, pretty much has all of the nuclear material that is generated in that facility still in wet storage, waiting for a place to go.
And sir, that is my big problem with this issue. In June at the hearing, the question was raised, where are you sending your waste? And the question was not answered. We heard that it's going to Utah. They've closed it. They're not taking waste. We've heard it would go to New Mexico. They're closed. There's no waste. There's a waste facility in Washington. They're clean. They're out of business too. So where is it going to go and how long will it sit?
Mr. Chairman and Miss
Porton.
Susan
Miss
Porton.
Porton?
Yes.
Okay. The reason that everyone said they don't know is because that is it's not about Wyoming. This is about the NRC and federal policy on where intermediate or long-term storage will take place. It's a freeze right now where it will stay where it was generated until federal policy says otherwise. We can't know that answer. We're not going to have that answer, nor does any other utility reactor or anyone else in the country have that reactor. We wish we knew. It would be handy.
I do too. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to respond a little bit to Senator Rothfuss's point because I wanted to bring this out later, but I think now is appropriate time. I mean, the reality is with the political stasis on this situation, I think it is reasonable to assume that there will never be a long-term strategy in our country, and it will just stay at the sites forever, infinitely. And so I just wanted to respond to that point. I think that is a reasonable assumption because our country spent billions of dollars on numerous strategies, and even after the investments are made, it has proven it just hasn't happened because of the politics of the situation. So thank you.
Follow up from Senator Rothfuss and then Duncan.
Just a very brief response. There's a $50 billion federal fund to provide resources to dispose in terms of a long-term solution of that. The fact that that $50 billion fund is out there and growing every year suggests to me that there will be a solution found at some point, but it's more about politics than technology. I hope we get there. I hope it's not a forever problem. And $50 billion is a decent enticement that hopefully will resolve and win the day at some point.
Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to get back on track that we are talking about a power plant. So the big question is more so, not so much about the waste, but more about the power plant.
Okay, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The statute does deal with waste, and there will be waste at a power plant. So I do think it is relevant. Thank you.
All right, you brought some good discussion up. Susan, thank you very much for being here, and
Thank you all.
thank you for coming down to talk to us. And next, Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought Shannon Anderson, Powder River Basin Resource Council. I thought actually my comments could go pretty well as a segue from that last discussion you just had. Because if you remember title Article 15 of the Environmental Quality Act, the original structure was that we would not allow nuclear waste storage in the state until a permanent repository was located somewhere in this country. That was the policy choice that you all made as legislators. There was a few amendments a few years ago that said, so long as there's a nuclear power plant in Wyoming, we will allow temporary nuclear storage at that nuclear power plant within the state. So then here we get to where we are today, which is what kind of nuclear power plants are we going to facilitate and permit, which then allows us to get into those secondary questions of nuclear waste storage, albeit temporary, probably permanent, as Representative Gray said, given the state of nuclear power and nuclear waste storage. So that's the history and the policy choice for you before today is, to allow that nuclear waste storage, even on a temporary basis at the facility, what kind of power plants are we going to allow to be permitted and facilitated within the state? To the preemption discussion earlier, I would just say that I just did a quick search. The National Council of State Legislators, there's a policy brief that came out in August. 13 states have bans and restrictions on nuclear power. It's something you can do. It's something you did do under Article 15 of the Environmental Quality Act for decades. It is within your authority as state legislators to, again, restrict nuclear waste storage, to restrict the use of nuclear power. Other states, 13 states around the country have exercised those powers like Wyoming has. So that's the policy context for you all. On the bill specifically, I would point you to page 4, and there's a little discussion of this earlier as well. So the question is, again, what sort of facilities are we permitting and allowing this sort of system to apply to? And so now we have this term advanced nuclear reactor. And there's definitions here. It's evidenced by one or more of the following. The first one is they have an NRC license. That's the only one they're probably going to use because they have to get an NRC license. I don't know the fact that they get an NRC license necessarily makes them advanced. So I think we question whether that subsection C is enough to be, that one or more, because all it is an NRC license. The other ones go into, the receipt of funding. I think that one makes sense. But then, as we were discussing earlier, you get into a low levelized cost of electricity. Well, what does that mean? What's low? What is it? How do you, as the DEQ, apply that? Low waste yields and efficient fuel utilization. That sounds good, but again, there's no definition attached to that. Reliable performance, same problem. Proliferation resistance, same issue. How do you measure that as a regulator? How do you determine that that is something that is achieved? Thermal efficiency. And then I would argue that the one that's missing actually is maybe something about water, because that is a big issue here in the state, of course, and it has been a big barrier to nuclear power. Previous generations of nuclear power plants, this is a different kind of nuclear power plant. This supposedly is going to use a lot less water. So that I would argue it's maybe make it more advanced than some of these other factors. So I would encourage you to take a really hard look at the definition. We think it needs a lot of work before this bill is ready to move forward in session.
Questions
Yeah, that's all I have.
for Ms. Anderson? Question? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Anderson. So got a couple questions. Thinking you might be the right person to ask. Have you done in terms of Mr. Naven's characterization that this is going to be turned over to Rocky Mountain Power, one thing that I'm very confused about is the ownership of this situation. I mean, is TerraPower using all of these federal grants and all these tax rebates? They're going to build up the asset and then immediately sell it off, presumably at huge, taxpayer expense off to Rocky Mountain Power. Is that a fair characterization, or is that not? Because when they say turn it over, what does that mean? Does title transfer at the time that I've really been unclear on that? Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray is an excellent question. I would definitely defer to the companies. But last I knew, there was not yet an agreement between the companies that addresses any of those questions. And the questions are not addressed in something like the Integrated Resource Plan that selected this facility as a preferred source of power for Rocky Mountain Power. So they're very good questions. It's to my knowledge that they're unanswered at this time.
Okay. Oh, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Anderson, so I understand your argument about other states that have bans, but my question is, what if the statute's silent? What if if you don't have a permitting process, meaning we don't make the amendments, and so they don't qualify for a permit under current state statute? If the NRC says yes, and the state statute's silent as to whether they get a state permit, could they build the facility?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, I'm not sure I'm following you quite exactly, but the way I understand that the preemption issue is that certainly under the Atomic Energy Act, the NRC has sole authority to license a nuclear facility. There are actually agreement state programs for nuclear as well. So some states take that over for NRC, but it's an Atomic Energy Act license. Where I think the state has power is exactly where you were talking about earlier, is to say no. So we can't say yes where the NRC says no, but we can say no where the NRC says yes, if that makes sense.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's no procedure for a permit, which is the status quo, is it presumed that we're saying no?
And yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, I mean, the procedure was Article 15 of the Environmental Quality Act. And then again, the original sort of impetus of that was that we couldn't in the state have a permit unless there was a permanent repository for waste somewhere in the country. So that was the trigger that allowed a state permit process to proceed. And of course, now we're, down the road a little bit from that.
Okay, thank you.
Someone else has to go. I have a couple more.
Well, go ahead with one more. We're running short of time here.
Well, this is important for our state, Mr. Chairman.
Right.
So what is your understanding, Ms. Anderson, on, say that Yucca Mountain or the federal repository is never acted upon, which I think is highly likely with the politics of this. I think it's perfectly reasonable to assume that it will never be acted upon. What happens? I mean, is that just going to sit there forever? I mean, what does that mean, biologically, I guess?
Right. So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, as Senator Rothfuss mentioned, there is a fund. The utilities are going to want that fund to be spent. They're the ones that have put the money into that fund. So at some point, there's going to be some litigation or something related to that fund. So I have no idea what will happen. I mean, there is no plan B for nuclear waste storage in this country right now. There just isn't. But there is this fund that needs to be eventually dealt with. So.
Okay. Yep. Senator Rothfuss.
Very briefly on that, other countries reprocess that. We have chosen not to because it was deemed to be cheaper to produce new uranium than to ever do anything with the waste. And when our program was put into place, there was an assumption that there would be no problem creating a permanent geological repository and that nobody would object to that. That turned out not to be true. Politics has never provided another solution, but it's not as if there aren't solutions. It's just that those are politically difficult. And Ms. Anderson's exactly right. At some point, a lawsuit is going to lead to one of these solutions having to take place. That's just the reality. I don't know which one ends up coming forward, but by the time that lawsuit happens, that may be a $70 billion fund, who knows what it's worth. And the federal government will have to take action or receive that material, at which point they'll take action probably through the Department of Energy programs and who knows what happens. But the idea that it's just going to sit in its current location forever is not, that's not what's going to happen. Something will have to come to a head. But at this point, it hasn't been costly enough for anyone to take action because it really doesn't cost that much more to have it sit in an active nuclear facility where you have all of the protections of a Category 1 facility, you have all of the appropriate containment vessels in place, and it really is just basically sitting there giving off heat. That's what's happening.
In the previous study, we found that there is no law against reclaiming this nuclear waste and enhancing it. What actually happened in the Carter administration is they just defunded the plant that we had back east that did that. Now, other countries are still doing it and reusing it. All we'd have to do is build that plant somewhere and start reusing that facility. So we'll see what happens. Something's going to happen with it, though. All right. Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Come on up. State your name and give us 2 or 3 minutes, if you would, please.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Chair and representatives. My name is Trisha Lean, and I live here in Casper. And I'm against the nuclear plant because it is experimental, and being brought into Wyoming will affect me and my generation for decades. I want to remain a third-generation Wyomingite for my life, and I fear that the nuclear waste created and improperly stored will hurt the environment for far longer than it will for yours. The way I understand Natrium to work in Wyoming is that it will feed California's energy supply in other states as well. Why does Wyoming continue to damage the appearance of our landscape, which, mind you, the vast majority of Wyoming people love the outdoors, camping, hunting, fishing, all of that. But if we're damaging it, why would we do that to benefit other states? If we continue to damage our landscapes with even just California's energy problems, we will hurt our own future industries. And also another point that was brought up was that the Natrium plant will take around 16 acres plus or minus some. But Bill Gates, who is also assuming to fund this, has around 300,000 acres in America for himself, that who knows what he's using it for. So why doesn't he just build it on his land instead of destroying ours? That is all my further comments on the matter.
Any questions for Shalene? Shalene? Was it?
Trisha
Trisha
Lean.
Lean? I was trying. Trisha Lean. All right, Trisha Lean. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tricia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pat Sweeney, House District 58. First off, I'm, as Representative Heiner mentioned, I'm extremely excited about the project and the possibilities for Wyoming. On this bill, I think it's a good move forward. I have 2 questions basically to think through. Number one, why does the language small modular have to be stricken? Why can't it be small modular and or advanced or something like that? Because, you know, when former retired Representative David Miller presented this, and yes, the advanced was a possibility, but who's to say in the future that, you know, the small modular might not be preferred in the future. So that's one comment. I'm not smart enough to figure out why one has to go and the other come in. Just a comment. And previously commented on from Wally and asked questions, by Representative Gray. I am concerned that we may be accepting something on the sale that of a possible retired coal-fired power plant. We may be restricting that with some of the, like page 2, line 22, stricken is replace the coal or natural gas generation with generation using small modular, and then it goes on to define or clarify and install the advanced nuclear reactors. But I'm curious what the total effect is. I really, if there is no effect, I'm fine with it on 159 and 200, but without some direct clarity. But I'm hopeful that this will move forward and we can keep moving the facility in Kemmerer forward. And I think there's lots of positives for the projects. I'm an all of the above person, but I don't want to limit our process on coal either. So.
Yeah, Senator Rothfuss.
Addressing the advanced reactor versus SMR, under this definition and under any definition, a small modular reactor would qualify as an advanced reactor. So this is a bigger umbrella that includes small modular reactors under any circumstance. I hope that assuages that concern.
That very much helps. Great. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments for Representative Sweeney? No? Thank you, Sweeney. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Chairman, committee members, my name is Jamie Lean and I live in Wyoming. I'm not sure if you're aware that France runs on nuclear power. This week, they told their citizens to prepare for a 35 to 40% increase in their power supply coming to their homes. Then that increase you would deem as inflation. We don't know why it's happening. I have a friend that lives in France and she told me that it's because their nuclear reactor cannot keep up with the power supply that they need. So they're also preparing for up to 7 days at a time rolling blackouts. I understand that Natrium comes into Wyoming to be a supplemental to wind and solar. I also understand that Natrium is experimental. I know you keep using the word, I'm sorry, I've forgotten it. Demonstrational. There you go. Thank you. But it's experimental. A downwinders, as you already heard from somebody else talking from Washington to Idaho, I want to bring to your attention that this also happened with the Atomic Energy Act from nuclear bombs that were set off in Nevada that carried over to Arizona. I happen to have a dad that is a downwinder and he's living with Parkinson's, and it is incredibly disheartening to watch him deteriorate because our government failed to recognize the implications of environmental studies with the atomic bombs. I don't want that to happen in Wyoming. On page 5, line 2, could you please define low waste? As per Terra Power's call on September 2021 in the Clear Path event, this small modular creates nuclear waste every 18 to 24 months. It needs to be recharged. So when you're going to make this an advanced nuclear reactor, how often do we have to recharge that? And how much nuclear waste are we going to be talking about? I know that the nuclear waste gets a lot of attention today, but I want to know when it's stored, what happens if something is breached? As you've heard from several of my children, we do a lot of outdoors activities. We also don't want to be downwinders. What happens to the water supplies when the wind blows in Wyoming? And we all know there's lots of wind. What happens to everybody across I-80? Does Cheyenne get notified that their power supply or that their water supply has been tainted if there's a meltdown over towards Kemmerer? Because the wind blows across there. John Barrasso pushed this through with the advanced reactor demonstration program, and he sold out Wyoming. And I'm angry at John Barrasso for that. I know that you're trying to legislate something that was handed to you by our governor and Senator John Barrasso, and I appreciate your jobs here, but I also want you to recognize that you work for Wyoming and for the constituents that put you in this office. The CEO of Terra Power said on this Clear Path call that Terra Power has been in session for 14 years. And I quote him, "We think that sodium fast reactors have great promise for all of tomorrow's energy challenges. So why are we going to rely on somebody that thinks that this is a great opportunity?" I encourage you to kill this legislation, that as we work through Article 15, House Bill 200 and Senate File, I forget, 159, thank you, that you put in some definitions and that you offer us some storage facility solutions and not rely on the federal government to do it, because time and time again, we've seen that the federal government is not out to help the American people. They're out to help themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Any questions for Jamie Lee? I got it right, didn't I, Jamie, huh? You know, one of the issues that keeps coming up is the storage of this spent waste. The NRC's been doing it for almost half a decade, half a century, I should say, at the sites, and they have not had a breach and they will give you their record that they have not had breaches. And what I'm assuming you're saying a breach is a break in the canister or something like that. So they say they have not had any of those canisters that they use now break. So maybe they figured that out and have a safe way to store it now. Maybe. So anyway, thank you. Thank you for testimony. Any more testimony? Any more? Well, there's one more.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I am a resident of Casper, Wyoming. So many questions on this.
Would you give that to us again, Sarah? What?
Sarah Bieber, like
Beaver.
Justin Bieber, but not
Oh,
quite that.
okay.
So, first of all, this company is something that Bill Gates funds and helps. It requires 16 acres. He's a landowner of a lot more than 16 acres. Why can't we demonstrate this on his land? Where is it? How, if they're not going to get money from this, how can we say that there is cost? Where was that section? I'm sorry. I thought I circled it.
Page 7,
Page 7.
under exemptions.
So they are no taxes. They don't have to pay per megawatt, but they're not selling that energy, but that energy is not staying in Wyoming. Is that correct? Any of that correct? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. They would be able to sell that energy. It would not have to stay in Wyoming. That is once they enter into the agreement with their partner, which would be Rocky Mountain Power and it potential for distribution. And so I'm not sure that those terms are all certain, but yes. And then regarding the tax, I'd say again that this is an exemption from a very specific tax, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, which is the $5 per megawatt hour. It's not tax as, it is the nuclear power generation tax that it's an exemption for.
Your question is, do we wheel that power to other states? We do. We do that from every plant in Wyoming right now. We are a net producer and we sell those electrons to other states. And it's just like beef or sheep in this state. We don't consume all those. We export them, and that's part of our income, is exporting those products. And this is just another product that we would export.
I don't, unless you put the language in there that small modulars, SMRs are under advanced or that it is stated as such. I don't think that because SMRs is common language. SMRs is what they refer to regularly. I don't feel like unless we put it under advanced or stated it with language that said such, that it would be seen or viewed or interpreted that way. And definitely have to fix page 2, line 22, the may apply. That definitely needs to be, there's so much with this. I feel like this is not something that is good to move on. This needs to be redone on a bunch of levels. We need to have clarification on when they move into selling it and using it out of it being a demonstration model, what does that look like? If they were to go bankrupt and have to leave the site, who's responsible for that cleanup? That needs to be in here. I think that these definitions definitely need reliable performance. Who dictates that? Who says that? What are those regulations? It's not in here. A low leveled cost of electricity. Who defines that? That's on page 4, line 23, and page 5, line 2 through 9.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So to address that, this is common practice in our statute where if we don't want to be proscriptive, but we want to leave it up to technical experts, it's typically defined through rule and regulation, which is how this is structured. That's not to say we can't define and provide parameters if we feel strongly, like if the committee felt strongly that high efficiency meant more than 50% thermal efficiency or something like that. If we wanted to say that instead, which would be ridiculously awesome. But if we if we wanted to say that, we could. In the absence of it, as this is structured, it would go to rule and regulation and they would sort through it, and they then develop about 3 pages per page of this and submit that back through an internal approval process that has plenty of public comment. So that clarity may be valuable or it may not, but that's the reason it's drafted this way.
Okay, so let me clarify a few things here. I'm fully aware of how the process actually goes.
Okay.
Okay. You're sitting there telling me that you're not concerned enough about the nuclear waste that is going to be kept in Wyoming to make provisions to outline and structure this bill? Did I hear you say that correctly? Is that what you just said?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Bieber. There are provisions in here that need an awful lot of detail. These provisions that you're referring to right now, honestly, we should probably strike from here because it isn't a necessary part. It doesn't relate to the nuclear waste. It relates to a definition of an advanced nuclear reactor. We probably don't need a definition of an advanced nuclear reactor in this legislation, but we can have it. So the concerns on nuclear waste are NRC regulated. Our definition of an advanced nuclear reactor is our definition of an advanced nuclear reactor. And again, changing it from SMR to advanced nuclear reactors is something that we can certainly do. So if anything I said seems to trivialize or minimize the importance of proper handling of nuclear materials and doing our best due diligence and ensuring that we've got a thoroughly scrutinized process and that the NRC is fully adhered to, and in fact that we're watching the entire process, then I'm sorry if I gave that impression. What I'm saying is that the definition of an advanced nuclear reactor in this bill doesn't really relate very much to the handling of the nuclear waste, if at all. In fact, there's nothing we could do that would really determine how the NRC requires them to handle that nuclear waste.
Completely agree with you on that, sir.
Thank you.
However, these items, item E through J, are ways to hold accountable the people that will take this on. The people that are saying that they're going to front the costs of this, this is how you keep them accountable for that. These are the items that you need to define to protect the people of Wyoming. If you aren't willing to do that, then you shouldn't pass this bill. It is that simple. There are no guarantees in any of it. I get it. I understand how it goes around. I honestly do. But this isn't safe for people. Okay? This is a money grab. This is a complete power money struggle of people that don't actually have control.
Ms. Beaver, I think you've exceeded your 2 to 3 minutes.
Agreed. Thank
So
you,
we
sir.
appreciate your input and your enthusiasm. And thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
testimony. Are there any others that'd like to address the committee?
Yep, Mr. Chairman.
Reminding you that don't attack any individual. You address the chair and you don't attack anyone. Oh, yes, go ahead. What, do you have someone on?
We do. We have someone online, but
Let's go with the in-house first, please.
Oh, Dennis, Buffalo. This will be really quick. I'm really concerned about water. How much water does a plant require? You know, water, excuse me, I'm a little nervous. I have an agricultural background, so the water is very important to us, and it's becoming tighter and tighter every year. And if we bring in something like this, how much water does it take to cool it down? And if I don't have water, then I'm not raising my livestock either.
Yes.
One of the intents of a high temperature reactor, which this is in this type of reactor, which is sodium cooled instead of water cooled, is to actually avoid the requirement of water. You can still benefit from having water available for a reactor like this, but it doesn't require water, which is actually one of the reasons for this site selection and the applicability. So a minimal amount of water, if any, and I won't speak on their behalf about exactly how much. We could ask the technical experts, but that's actually one of the advantages of this reactor type that is touted, is that it doesn't require water cooling. It's actually effectively air cooled, and it uses the sodium cooling and then has it through a heat exchanger.
But everybody tells me that, but there's no set amount. You know,
We
there's
can
no
get you
measurement.
that technical
get you that.
information.
Yeah.
It is a minimal amount, and they use the water for steam to run the generators, but they recycle that. So it is not a big water consumer like a power plant would be, like a normal power plant would be. So that helps. Yep. Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very good question, one that I actually asked when TerraPower was in Kemmer presenting. And what they told me was it will use 1/3 of the water that they're currently using. They have a water right for the existing power plant, and they will only use 1/3 of that they're using today. And the good chairman was exactly right. There will still be some consumption of water for the steam turbines, but the cooling water will not be involved with that. So their actual water use will be less than what they are right now.
And how about water quality?
What's the question? Hope?
Water, how will it affect water quality if there's a leak? I understand the salt reactors are pretty corrosive, and France just shut down one of theirs for leaks because of the corrosion. Yeah, October 21st of 21.
Yes.
Again, not to speak on behalf of the company, but the way this is separated, the water that's being used for the power generation, the 1/3 or so, it sounds like Representative Heiner is mentioning, that's a traditional component that is similar to what we have now. So anything on that part of the plant is as it is now effectively. If what you're talking about is corrosion of the materials now on the side that's exposed to sodium and other salts, there is no question that corrosion is a tremendous concern for them and a significant engineering challenge that they face and that they will have to demonstrate to. The leak won't be into water. As a matter of fact, these will be very physically separated because sodium plus water is a bad thing. And so the isolation strategy is such that the sodium is they should have, if the NRC is going to check the box on this, and honestly, that's a big hurdle, just to be clear. Getting the box checked by the NRC is not an easy thing. They have scrutiny at levels that nobody in this room could ever imagine that they're going to walk through this with. But the sodium protection and suppression system is designed to ensure that none of that comes into contact with the water. And then there's a heat exchanger between, which will be sodium coming into contact with another fluid, which may be sodium nitrate. It might be something else to have the heat exchanger. And that too should be isolated from any possibility of coming into contact with water with massive redundancy. That is exactly what the NRC is going to ask. Your question is going to be at the heart of everything the NRC is reviewing on this particular project. So while we don't necessarily have the exact answers for the engineering right now, those will be available once the designs are submitted to the NRC and that review process goes into place. So it's an exceptional question. And that's my biggest concern also, is making sure that none of the stuff over here ever touches any water.
Hope it sounds like you need to go to a program that's put on by the either Rocky Mountain or Terra to ask these questions.
Yeah,
We're
please
really
do.
not the experts on these subjects.
Well, thank
So you could corner those guys. They'll be around talking about these projects, and your questions would be good there.
Okay.
Okay,
Great.
well, thank you for coming and testifying. Thank you. Oh,
I just have one more quick question.
very quick, Ms. Beaver,
Chairman,
very quick.
Senator, are you receiving incentives or payments of any kind from?
No, Ms.
No, I'm
Beaver,
not.
you're done.
Okay.
You're done.
Okay.
That's enough of that.
Ms. Bieber, I'm a chemical engineer by training, a PhD chemical engineer, and I teach at the university. So I'm very familiar with advanced technology systems. That's why I have some insight into how these things work and how they're designed and why they work the way they do. And I've actually shared a lot of concerns directly with Terra Power on behalf of the people of the state of Wyoming, which I won't go into at this point in time, but I will be watching this very carefully. I haven't taken a single dollar of campaign contribution in my entire career from any business, any PAC, any corporation, only individuals. And that has been to a very small degree. So you can check opensecrets.org to find all of that out. Thank you.
Anyone else care to testify? To testify, not just question. Oh, one online. Let's go to the online one.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello. Hello, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Minerals Committee, for this opportunity. My name is Brenda Menina Mongold. I live here in Casper, and I will try to just hit spots that people have not covered. My first, slow this process down, please. It is an experimental nuclear reactor with many, many unresolved issues. This affects the entire state and not just Kemmerer. This feels like the cart has been placed before the horse. An official public meeting should have happened before bill drafts. I understand that there was a meeting for Kemmerer. All Wyomingites want to have an opportunity to comment on this, on the entire deal, not just the bill. I realize that's not your fault, but that's, I think, why you're having a lot of people showing up now. Most people in Wyoming have lots of questions on this. There are many things that they are unaware of, uneducated about, because they have not had a proper opportunity for education on this. Most Wyomingites have no idea that our state will have no control whatsoever over this reactor and any problems, accidents, leaks, etc. PacifiCorp, in their IRP preferred proposal, relies on 2 reactors. Is it assumed both of those reactors will be in Wyoming? Most Wyoming citizens are unaware of this. Or if they are unaware of the answer to that question. Are we looking at 2 reactors or 1? Now I'll get into some of my concerns. One of the previous commenters brought up, is Pacific Core going to purchase this plant if it's built? And I have somewhat of an answer to that question. It is found at the website that TerraPower and Rocky Mountain Power created together for our information, called Wyoming Advanced Energy. And at number 14 on their fact page, it says, what are you committing to? And the answer is, at this stage, PacifiCorp's commitment is limited to due diligence on siting, development, and overall project economics. PacifiCorp will not make a decision to move forward with purchasing the project or the project output until more thorough review has concluded. And this is an experiment that is going to be placed in Wyoming with many, many concerns, and they're not even committed to this. Secondly, the fuel. There's not a lot of talk about the fuel, but that's exactly what's going to be used in this reactor. American Centrifuge, which is the company that received the grant to create this fuel, put in an amendment for this HALEU to be able to be enriched up to 25% uranium-235. That's a big deal. And I didn't even know what uranium-235 was a year ago. And I still am probably a preschooler in that, but I know it's a big deal. I'm pretty sure that puts that fuel into the nuclear weapons category, which brings me to my next concern, security. Any of these power plants that are nuclear are supposed to have a tremendous amount of security because this is a draw to terrorists. I have never heard that mentioned in any of these meetings, and I'm not trying to do any scaremongering. This is a fact, and this is not addressed in any bill that I have seen at all. Okay, the provisions for high-level radioactive waste in the bill. This is not a small concern and should be resolved before this bill or any other legislation moves forward. I realize this is a draft, but this is a very, very rough draft that overlooks almost every concern that is being brought before you today by Wyoming citizens. My next issue, and please know that I'm quite serious, I'm not trying to be funny. While Mr. Gates wants to be in the nuclear energy business, he also has put in over $150 million in grants to entities that are promoting math is racist. How can we take TerraPower seriously?
I've told the other presenters to make it 2 or 3 minutes. Can you wrap it up pretty quickly?
Okay, cost. Some of these other grants that are associated with this are being paid by us, the taxpayers, at an 80-20 cut. 80% the taxpayers are on the hook and 20% for the entities. The cost of this is going to be phenomenal. And my understanding is there's no revenue from this. This is for potentially 250 jobs, potentially for people who live in Kemmerer. There are no guarantees on any of that. Lastly, as far as the disposal goes, this issue is moving too fast and it needs to be slowed down and done properly. This is legacy legislation, good or bad, that lawmakers need to consider for their constituents, not for these folks that are lobbying you. This could very well end up with Wyoming becoming the repository for nuclear waste, and perhaps later down the road, someone will draft a bill for Wyoming to become everyone's repository. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Renda. Thank you for your presentation. Is there any other in the room or online? Hearing none, we're going to close public comment on the nuclear bill draft. And we're a little behind schedule. The industrial siting guys, I guess we're going to have to wait till after lunch for that. I think we're going to break for lunch and come back and work the bill and do that after lunch. We'll take an hour. It's 12:15 now. Let's be back at 1:15 for continuing on this bill. We are